time they give up on each other, gone next.
People don't like to talk, only to text. Many times they give up on each other, gone next. Fear being cast out, not that complex. We only need to realize and need them body back for us and not build a barrier around ourselves. Same ideology for riding many tracks. Get one point that would say otherwise. It's only in a discipline and not a bigger price.
So when I touch you, you cry on my shoulder. This might be the biggest showdown in my soul. Not trying to pull ya, but all these ideas in my head are getting me to falter. Oh, you sending me a big paragraph in comments I made when I left home, red fair and square. Yeah, I guess I'm alright now. Drenching my mind in the alcohol and everything is blessed.
Only the text. Every time they give up on each other, gone next.
All my energy is played in my time and the energy. If you don't like the way I think, don't need to be the love of me. I try to fix my mind and the habits would be using me. All are in the way I say, cause I know that you embellish me. Tripping on my love, but I don't feel the same way. I'm sorry, baby, go ahead and kill me. You rip out all the segments of my soul, cause you need me. With that, I'm still here distracted by the
You cry on my shoulder. This might be the biggest showdown in my soul. Not trying to pull ya, but all these ideas in my head are getting me to falter. Oh, you sending me a big paragraph in comments I made when I left home, red fair and square. Yeah, I guess I'm alright now. Drenching my mind in the alcohol and everything is blessed.
Hi, everyone. Hello. Oh, my God. Oh, my God. Hello. Jesus Christ. Hello. Hi. Oh, my God. Why does my... so gross again. Hi, guys. Hello. Let's see here. Let's see who we got. Let's see who we got. Let me make sure. Can everyone hear me? Good. Good. Looks like everyone can hear me. How's the audio? Audio sound good? We good? Audio sound good to everyone, I hope? Okay. Hi, guys. Hello. Oh, all right. So much to talk about. So much to talk about. Thank you, AMA. Thank you. Thank you very much. Okay. So, some things to talk about today. But first, let me see who we have here, as always. As always, let me see who we have here. First, we have SoCal. Hello, SoCal. By the way, everyone should check out our Discord. SoCal posted a GoFundMe in the Discord. We really appreciate folks helping out SoCal. I'll actually talk to SoCal after this to ask if I should talk more about it on the stream, but please check out the chat over on Discord. SoCal's having some issues and needs our assistance if possible. Okay. All right. See here. You say SoCal said someone asked what I'd say if Trump supporters said they'd leave the U.S. if he goes to prison. Someone asked what I'd say if Trump supporters said they leave the U.S. if he goes to prison. Well, I'd say bye. But SoCal says I hear CCOT has Trump's seal of approval for the accommodations and services and has plenty availability. Oh, perfect, SoCal. Total agreement with you there. Oh, excuse me. Hello, AMA. Hello, AMA. Always glad to see you here, AMA. As always. I like the little skull next to your name, AMA. I'm not sure how you accomplished that, but you did. Hello, Sir Bartholomew. As always. Hello. Hello, Macon. Hello. I believe Ice is gone once. Exactly, Macon. Excellent. Good point, right? Let's see here. Who did I miss? Did I miss anyone? Did I miss? Yes, I missed a lot of people. Pizza That Giant. Hello, Pizza That Giant. Yes, we've been the baddies for a long time. A Pizza That Giant. I'm sorry to say. I'm sorry to say we've been the baddies for a while. Hello, Pizza Giant. Okay, let's see here. Retro. Hello, Retro Asher. As always, great to see you here. Ice is here. Hello, Ice VR. By the way, not the agency Ice. Ice, our friend Ice. Meow Ice. Okay. We got Meowzord here. Hello, Meowzord. Okay. All right, you guys. Hello, Marzipan Power. Hello, Marzipan Power. Wait, we gotta love Marzipan, right? Gotta love Marzipan Power. Hello, Marzipan Power. Actually, you don't have to like marzipan. I've never been a big fan of marzipan. The almond-based dessert. It just doesn't do it for me. But we love Marzipan Power. I'm just saying marzipan itself, not exactly my first choice. Okay. Absolutely, SoCal. So, Ice, I got plans of 20 minutes. Shit's been busy. You have no need to apologize, Ice. No need to apologize, okay? Come and go as you please. All right. So, guys, so much for us to talk about today. I wanted to start. I disagree, Ice. You're wrong, Ice. You're wrong. Hello, Louise. Hello. Oh, hey, no, marzipan. I love the name. I love the sound of your username. I'm just saying, I'm not a fan of marzipan as a food because I'm a pig and I always have to mention my food likes and dislikes on stream. Okay, so let's see here. Few things here. First of all, all right. We got a lot to talk about. I would like to say, there you go. You know it's SoCal. Some community announcements, okay? Hello, Cody. Glad to see you here. Yeah, look, you said, oh my God, it's a homosexual cheeseburger. Hi, Sam. Oh, Cody, I hate you so much. We're joking, right, Cody? We're joking. Anyway, Cody. Hello, Cody. Anyway, I love you, Cody. So glad you're here. All right. So here's what we're going to talk about. I have a few announcements, first of all. Oh, thanks, Cody. Few announcements, first of all, okay? We are, what I'm going to start doing, guys, is hello, Mithril. Okay, gluteomyalgia's here. Hello, ass pain. So glad to see you here. I feel like I haven't talked to you much, gluteomyalgia. I don't know why. Maybe I've missed your messages, but hello, gluteomyalgia. Hello, LaCroix. LaCroix's here, okay? Hello, I feel Gerternut and I have no idea what you're saying, gluteomyalgia. It looks like, I don't know, Finnish or something. I don't know. I doubt. I know it's not, but okay. Anyway, okay. Hello, LaCroix. Hello, Governor. All right. So some community announcements. Okay. Hello, Jake Love. Bonjour. Comment ça va? All right. Let's see. Hello, Alyssa. All right. Okay. I'm sorry. I'll stop saying hi to everyone. Some community announcements. All right. I got you, Glue Magic. I've been trying to figure out ways to improve the channel, etc., and to structure things a bit better. So some announcements. One is that the lives, okay? The lives, so the live streams. Normally I just upload the whole thing to YouTube. That's going to change. What's going to happen instead is that I'm going to make the lives for members only, okay? So the whole lives. Now, does that mean that you won't be able to see it? No. What I'll then do is I will take the lives and cut it up into separate videos and upload those to my channel. So you can still see all the parts of the video. I'm just going to chop it up into pieces and upload those videos to my page. If you want to be a member, it's only 99 cents a month, and then you'll be able to you can just go find the whole live, okay? And then maybe I'll start doing it where, like, a few days after I've, okay, it is not a subscription apocalypse, Meowsword, how dare you? And then maybe after, like, a couple days, I will upload the entire live to YouTube. So for a few days, though, it'll be members only while I cut it up, and then I will upload the whole thing after I've posted the videos. Does that make sense? Okay. That is because I need more videos on YouTube, and I need an incentive to actually cut up the videos, so I will cut them up as separate videos, post those to get more views and shit, and to get more people coming in here, because I'm trying to make the channel grow, all right? How does that sound to everyone, okay? Second of all, I'm gonna need to, there exactly, Mouser, my thought exactly. It also kind of keeps out trolls, okay? The second thing here is I'm gonna make an opening. I want like an opening video for my videos. Does that make sense? Like an opening clip that's kind of like a title scene. I don't know how to do that though. Like a little clip that shows me and has some music playing that introduce casual revolts video. I have no idea how to do that. So if anyone knows how to do that and can give me advice on it, please let me know. I know I might have to actually make like an intro, Cody. An intro bumper, and that I can just put at the beginning of my videos as sort of an intro. I don't know how to do it. I've looked around a little bit, but there's so many options. I'm not sure what's a good idea. So, no, Mithril, you absolutely will be able to take part in the live shows, Mithril. Like the lives will still be open to everyone, okay? It's just that when I upload them after I have done the lives, okay, when I upload them to YouTube, it'll be members only for like a couple days, and then it'll be accessible to everyone. Does that make sense, Mithril? So like, yeah, the live, while I am live, everyone will be able to see it. It's just after the live is over, will it go into unlisted for a little bit? Yeah, okay. Don't worry, Mithril. I would never abandon you, Mithril. Okay. So if anyone knows how, like, a good idea for doing, like a intro video, let me know. Okay, exactly. Most streamers do that anyway, Alyssa. I was feeling bad about it because, guys, I like keeping everything open access for everyone, but at the same time, maybe I need to be a bit more selfish. But anyway, so if anyone knows how to do that, please send me a message on Discord. Anyone has any advice on that? Would love some advice on that. Second of all, okay, as I have been streaming more and more, we've gotten more and more people in here. It has been hard to, of course, go ahead, gluteomyalgia. Okay. I know. I would not be surprised if he did, Doug. I was actually thinking, and you guys can push back on this. This might be a bad idea. You can make a really quick AI intro video that doesn't look AI necessarily. I don't want to do that, but that's like the advice I keep getting, but I really don't want to do that. Okay. I would rather pay someone, or exactly, Alyssa. I would much rather pay someone to do it, or something like that, or make it myself. Yeah, there you go, Lamira. Okay, but I hope, guys, you know that it still is only 99 cents a month to be a member. It's not. I'm not like fleecing people who are members. Okay, so please become a member if you do want to immediately access the live stream videos. It's only 99 cents a month. Okay, I should do a cold open for videos. Do like it shows 10 to 15 seconds of that. Absolutely, and I'm gonna do that, LaQuois. I'm gonna start each of the videos with like the main part of the video, like the funnest, most interactive part to lock people in. Okay. Gluteomyalgia, I am so glad to hear that. Congratulations. Gluteomyalgia says, my doctors told me I do not have cancer. I've been sick for over a year and it's had me ultra worried. Very glad to hear that, Gluteomyalgia. Congrats. Okay. So here is the other thing too. It's been harder for me to read everyone's messages. It's been harder for me to read everyone's messages as they scroll by and chat. So I know this is also a sort of a selfish thing. I'm still going to try and read as many as I can. But if you want for certain for me to read your message, you have to do a super chat or send bits. I know that's exploitative, regardless, for the sake of exactly. Super chats get priority. Okay. It's just a matter of I can't answer everyone and I need to keep the flow going. I'm milking you, Mauser. I need to keep the flow of the stream going. So I'm not ignoring you. Okay, I'll still answer as many people's as I can and comment, but don't feel bad if I don't see it. I appreciate all of you and such. I oftentimes will actually go back and rewatch it, and if I missed people's comments, I will send them messages on Discord. But just be aware, I can't always see everyone's because I'm trying to I have multiple things going on, okay? But if you want me to see it for sure, super chat or bits, okay? All right, that's it. That's it, folks. Some notes there. If you want to, please join our Discord if you haven't already. We have a great community over there. I linked it at the top of the Twitch chat and at the top of the YouTube chat. You can just open up that chat. Okay. Wave that scepter. Woo. Okay. Also, you can buy me a coffee. If you send me $5 or more and buy me a coffee, I will send you a personalized video response to that. Okay. Oh, you know what, Meowsword? I'm going to do that. I'll do that. Meowsword says, did you look into the super chat plugin thing? No, but I'll do that. That's a really good idea, Meowsword. I'll find that. Okay. How dare you, Doug? I'm not becoming a big boy streamer. I'm still a child, Doug. Okay. So some things I'll be changing. Okay. And I'll try my best to clip those videos, etc. Okay. All right, you guys. By the way, if you're over on Twitch, excuse me, would still appreciate as much help as possible clipping. So if you see a clip you like, please clip it and save it, and then I'll look at it later and upload it. You know, I know it's my job, but would always appreciate extra help because there's so much to do. Thank you, Mouser, very much for the hydrate. Okay. Yeah, of course I'm going to stay active in the Discord, Cody. You all know I will. All right, guys. So let's get into it, shall we? Let's get into it. So much to talk about. By the way, if we get, what, 2 more super chats or whatever, I will do a jester collar. Okay, yay. But I've also decided I might as well normally just start with a jester hat because that's my persona. It's kind of weird to make people pay me for the persona, you know? So we'll always start with the jester hat from now on. I don't give a fuck. We'll start with the jester hat. We can add the collar, maybe. Maybe I'll start with that too. And then maybe we'll do, you know, well, there'll be like a couple days a week where I do full makeup. But, you know, other than that, I don't want to do a money barrier for my persona, if that makes sense. Okay, anyway, moving on. We got a lot to talk about. Let's get into it, right? So, all right. First thing, a few things, right? Few things here. Now, let me put my face up here. Okay, where's my face? So, okay. There are some news items to cover, folks. Some news items to cover. And so what we're going to do, excuse me, what we're going to do is we have some news items to cover of importance. Then we may, hello, Dolly Boy. Glad to see you here, Dolly Boy. You missed all the news updates, Dolly Boy. How dare you? Go back in the stream and watch it. How dare you? All right. Okay. Yes, Meowzord, kind of. You'll see them, Meowzord. So we're going to talk about some news items. And then if we have time, last stream, we talked a little bit about dialectical materialism. I'm going to go a bit more into that and then explain some, okay, I know all the lefties out there. I know, do a reverse strip and get people to pay you to put on the, oh, that's a good idea now. So that's true. I could do that, Louise. Okay. How dare you, Dolly Boy? Okay. So we'll talk. There are actually some good critiques of Karl Marx. Now, wait. Please, lefties out there, do not come after me. I'm so sorry. Forgive me. But there are some critiques of cultural materialism that I am going to cover. And I'm going to kind of explain more about what dialectical materialism that I'm going to cover. And then I'm going to show you a much better way of understanding the world that is sort of an update on Marx. Okay. So I know, please don't come after me. I know. I'm sorry, Lacroix. Okay. Marx was slightly flawed in a few ways. So we're going to cover some of the errors of dialectical materialism. And then we're going to talk about cultural materialism, which some of you know about, but I'm going to recover it real fast so that you can understand why it's an improvement. Okay, anyway, I know all these words I'm using. It's like, what the hell are you talking about? So let's get into the news, shall we? All right. I know everyone's going to crucify me for criticizing the dear Karl Marx, okay? Even though I'm a Marxist. Okay, so we have some news to cover. First thing is this, okay? Now, I don't know. Hello, Trump fail, by the way. I don't know what to, I wanted to watch this with all of you, okay? So what we have here, we got Tom Homan, right? Who did an announcement earlier today, okay? All right. So right here, we We have Tom Homan, who did an announcement earlier today saying that ICE is going to be leaving. ICE is going to be leaving Minnesota. Okay, and I know, hello, Inga. I know I don't mean to challenge your worldview. Okay, I don't fully buy this, right? I don't fully buy it, but well, let's put it this way. I'm not sure how to view this. I have some ideas on it, but I'd really like to get your perspectives on it. All right. So we are going to watch Tom Homan's announcement. Okay, we are going to watch it together because I just want us to watch it together. I want us to see if we can read between the lines. Yeah, Lamira, right? Welcome, Lamira. We need to see if we can read between the lines here. So let's watch what he says, and then let's talk about the implications of them leaving Minnesota. Okay. All right. So let's hear what he has to say. All right. And remember, guys, he's a propagandist. His approach is tactical. So we've talked about this before. So let's see what he says and let's analyze.
Zero tolerance for misconduct. President Trump also deployed me here to work with state and local officials to de-escalate the intense, volatile reactions and conflicts that have unfolded on the streets here between federal law enforcement and unlawful agitators. While working to course correct and improve how enforcement operations are being run and executed here, and even before I was sent up here, I've been saying over and over that forcibly assaulting, resisting, opposing, impeding, intimidating, or interfering with a federal law enforcement officer.
So notice he started by talking about a lot of the conflict between protesters and ICE agents and how ICE agents made some mistakes, okay?
A crime in violation of USC 111. It's not okay. It will not be tolerated. Zero tolerance. If you cross that line.
Of course, right.
Put hands on a knife.
We will execute you without trial.
Officer. Not only is such activity unlawful, it is dangerous, and sadly we have seen tragic consequences, as well as adverse impacts on businesses and the communities here in the city.
Okay, there you go. Tragic impacts on businesses. That's probably what they're mainly concerned about.
While the Trump administration supports everyone's First Amendment right to freedom of speech and assembly and petition, it has to be done lawfully and because we will not tolerate unlawful actions committed by agitators who are just causing havoc. This is not the way to express your disagreement or try to reform federal laws. Go talk to your members of Congress if you want the laws changed in this country. Nor is doxing federal law enforcement personnel and their families. It's just not right. Enough is enough with this misguided, reckless, and shameful behavior. We don't want to see any more bloodshed. I don't want to see any more bloodshed. I pray every night for the safety of our law enforcement personnel and the safety of those in the community, whether you're here legally or illegally.
Okay, blah, 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 blah.
I don't want to see anybody harmed.
Sure.
If you break the law, we're going to arrest you.
Okay.
We have already arrested more than 200 people for violations of USC 111.
So I want him to get to the point where he says that they're leaving.
The U.S. Attorney's Office has already accepted many for prosecutions, and some are still pending. I have also received commitments from state and local law enforcement that they will respond if federal law enforcement is being impeded or assaulted. They will shut down unlawful agitator activity, including arresting agitators involved and seeing them follow through. And we're seeing them follow through on those commitments. We've seen this past weekend that the state and local law enforcement have taken action when it comes
to you know what? I'm going to speed it up, guys, because I want to get to the good part. But I do want you to hear him saying that he talks a lot about local law enforcement and how he has received promises that local law enforcement will take a lot of the actions, will do a lot of the work, okay? So, all right.
It comes to public safety. And bless him for doing that. Since I have been here, I've repeatedly emphasized that the unlawful and violent agitator activity is unacceptable and must wind down as a condition for further drawdown of law enforcement personnel. I cannot remove law enforcement personnel while violence poses serious risk to our officers. I will not leave my officers in that position. It is worth knowing that in all my meetings and discussions since I got here, I've not heard one federal, state, local law enforcement, or judicial official,
don't worry,
nor any member of the business or faith communities that I met with, say that ICE is an illegitimate agency that doesn't have a real mission. Quite the opposite. All I've heard is the acknowledgement that federal immigration laws passed by Congress do exist, and ICE has a legitimate responsibility to enforce those laws.
But guys, I know it might be boring to listen to this, but I do want you to hear everything he says. Notice what he's focusing on. it does kind of feel like he's doing justification for why they're withdrawing. He's like, I want to point out that the violence is not what's making us leave. Blah 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 blah. It's weird. There's a lot of strange things that he's saying. And remember, he's choosing his words carefully. Okay.
ICE is a legitimate federal law enforcement agency. We're not out scouring the streets to disappear people or deny people their civil rights or due process. In addition to taking public safety threats off the street, ICE here in this state have located 3,364 missing unaccompanied alien children. Children that the last administration lost and weren't even looking for.
Okay, that's just not true. They're just kids that didn't show up to immigration hearings, right? That's not the same thing as them being missing. It means that they did not show up to immigration hearings. Okay.
The leadership of President Trump, these children were located. As part of the de-escalation efforts, I have called on state and local officials these past few weeks to tone down the rhetoric and denounce unlawful activities being conducted by the agitators. We don't have to agree on everything, and we definitely do not. But we all agree that the lawlessness and chaos and disruption that is occurring on the street needs to end. I want to thank Governor Walz for his messages focusing on peace and his support for the Minnesota State Troopers to respond to unlawful situations that put federal officers and the public at risk. I also want to thank Mayor Fry for taking a public stance against agitators setting up barricades that block streets and endanger public safety, and for directing the police to take those roadblocks down.
Yeah, Drumfield.
Additionally, I want to thank Police Chief O'Hara, Sheriff Witt, and various other local law enforcement for their responsiveness and efforts to maintain law and order in the streets. We've seen a big change here in the last couple of weeks, and it's all good changes.
Okay, so notice now he's saying, well, in the last few weeks, the stuff has calmed down. Stuff has calmed down in the streets.
I'm also pleased to report that we're seeing a notable decrease on unlawful agitator activity here in Minneapolis and overall throughout the state. This is great news for Minnesota communities that have been adversely impacted by the lawlessness and chaos on the street. We have what we call here QRFs, Quick Response Force, security teams, that get called out when ICE officers are out doing operations. They get into trouble if agitators get out of control. If there's a danger and public safety is at risk, these QRFs respond to help these officers get off the action and get out of that situation. I asked today when I got here, I want to know what the QRFs call outs are, what their deployments are. I want to know every time a QRF is called out. The QRF deployments have dropped dramatically because we have less of that occurring, less of the agitator that crossed that line. That is a good thing. That is a win for everybody, not just for the safety of law enforcement officers. It's a win for this community.
It's a win for their image.
Success that has been made arresting public safety threats and other priorities since this search operation began.
Yeah.
As well as the unprecedented levels of coordination we have obtained from state officials and local law enforcement.
Yeah, Rudy, right?
President Trump has concurred.
Here we go.
That this surge operation conclude.
Okay. So he just said it, okay? Very quickly he said it. By the way, President Trump and I have concurred that this surge operation should conclude. Now, we'll watch more of it, but that's the point I wanted you to hear. Notice he said right before that, let me go back a little bit here.
I have proposed, and President Trump has concurred, that this...
One second here.
With that, and success that has been made arresting public safety threats and other priorities since this surge operation began, as well as the unprecedented levels of coordination we have obtained from state officials and local law enforcement, I have proposed, and President Trump has concurred, that this surge operation conclude.
Okay. So, he said that they have obtained tons of support from local law enforcement and that they have been successful in their detainment of illegals. Now, yes, Inga, exactly. Now, here's the thing. So, Inga, this is where I'm not sure, Inga. I think you might be right. So Inga says taking the L without admitting defeat publicly. That is one possibility. I think that this is a PR move, right? I think they needed to make it appear, he needed to make it appear as if this wasn't a disaster. So he's trying to emphasize, no, we were successful and we're not leaving because of the intimidation. So, and that. Now, on the other hand, it's also possible that he's just shifting, he's lying, and that they're just shifting the burden of these enforcement actions to local officials, or they're going to do it more secretly, okay? And but he wants people to think that they're gone because he's trying to calm down the state, okay? I don't know. All I do know is that there's something not true about it, Okay. Like, it's weird. It's very possible, SoCal, that they are leaving because of the number of court losses they've suffered. I think it's an imagery thing. I think he waited for a little bit to do this drawdown because they didn't want to make it appear as though the pressure was getting overwhelming. That's one possibility. Excuse me. But I don't know. It also should be noted that even though he said that they've been having to call this unit out less to help protect ICE agents, that might be because there have been fewer ICE agents going out because they don't want to cause more problems, right? We don't know if it's actually true that there have been less incidents. It might just be that the ICE agents have been going out less often. So it's definitely, there's something optical going on here, but I'm not quite sure what the underlying reality is. I suspect, though, based off how much he's rambling and how much he's defending it, that this is somewhat of a defeat. Okay? And that's a good thing. I do think that this is somewhat of a defeat for the administration. Now, what I do think is that it would be very beneficial. That's possible, Cody. It would be very beneficial if this is painted as a success for the protesters in Minneapolis. Whether it's true or not, if the idea gets out there that this was a successful action by protesters in Minneapolis to push out the Trump administration, that will inspire people in other cities to do the same thing because they're like, oh, it works. Was it successful? I don't want to say that. I think optically, the government's mistakes made it somewhat successful in some ways, but it would be nice if we could paint it like a success at the very least. You see what I mean? So I'm thinking in a Machiavellian way here. I think protest groups should frame this as a victory, whether or not it is in fact a victory. Okay? Maybe. But what do you all think? It's interesting, and this only came out this morning, but they are withdrawing from Minneapolis. Okay? They are withdrawing from Minneapolis. Also, his tone conveys a little bit of disappointment, I think. He seems a bit frustrated. I'm not sure what you guys think. What do you think? I saw some great comments in here. Okay. I'm pretty sure it's just lessening forces while still maintaining a presence. They're moving the bulk to other cities. Okay, that's fair. And it's very possible that it's just sort of a drawdown to make themselves less visible so that there's not as much negative pushback. Hello, Virtual Violence. Inga says they know that the public doesn't like ICE, and if they tried to go harder, it wouldn't spin well for them. Yeah, I think that that might be the case, Inga. I think that they didn't want to retreat right away for optical reasons. So they've waited till the protests have died down a little bit, but now they're retreating so that it doesn't seem like a defeat, or it doesn't seem like they've been pushed out. I do think that's possible. And I know we have a tendency, hello, Fetty Spaghetti. I know we have a tendency to be a bit pessimistic about these things, but overall, I think this is, at the very least, they've been forced to go underground with it, which still is bad. But okay, we will have to see what ends up happening in Minnesota. Now, admittedly, for example, ICE is now setting up in Ohio, partially, where I am. And this could be that they're just sending these agents elsewhere. But this really, I don't know. But my initial thoughts, guys, are this reads as a defeat for them. It does. And it's definitely, they're trying to make it appear optically like it's not a defeat. But it does kind of look like a defeat for them, right? So we'll have to see. Okay. Yes, but attention is not being as much. There's not much attention paid to them, Doug. So they can at least make it appear as though that it's not what's pushing them out. They can say, "Oh, agitation has stopped," even though it hasn't, because now that the media circus around the murders has ended, they can kind of lie about it. Yes, HGMS, I believe that. So Tom Homan, his whole history thing, the whole thing he did historically was that he was subtle about deportations. So it's possible they're just going to become more subtle. All right. But to publicly announce that they're drawing down is a defeat, right? It is a defeat. Like to get in front of a camera and openly say, we're leaving Minnesota, it is sort of a little bit of a defeat. And think about the Trump administration. They don't like admitting defeat. They don't like admitting that. They don't like drawing down. Okay, he has to say it in a way to fluff der Gruppenführer. Oh, absolutely, Inga, you're right. Okay, so this is an interesting news. Yeah, there you go, glutamyalgia. Okay, so okay, yeah, and you're right, Sir Bartholomew. I forgot to mention that. Sir Bartholomew says either a defeat or Walz secretly gave them what they asked for. That's my other concern here, is that if it's true that local law enforcement is working with them, well, then we just have a Democratic governor who's just giving them everything they want. Okay, so if that could also be the case, right? That could also be the case. So I could be wrong, but my take on it is that to publicly admit this, regardless, is still somewhat of a defeat. Now, okay, we'll have to see what happens in the coming days, but this was an interesting development. I think we can all agree. Not really usual for this regime to come out and draw down on something when it's not going well for them, okay? All right. Especially when he's screaming, it's going well, it's going well, it's going well. By the way, we're leaving. Kind of sus, all right? Okay, so there you go, guys. So Tom Homan is apparently, a lot of ICE agents are leaving Minneapolis. It may be that the pressure was too much. That's, Fetty Spaghetti. Fetty Spaghetti says, have you looked into reports that ICE and CBP aren't getting paid what they were promised? I wonder if they are actually losing people and are covering like this. That's very possible, Fetty. I have not read those reports. That's interesting. I'd have to look more into that. Okay. I know, glutamyalgia. Jesus. Okay. Yeah. Trump Failed says there's apparently a forum where they can talk to each other, and apparently they're not getting paid. I think there might be an exodus soon if they don't get their stubs. Interesting. I did not read about that. Okay, well, we'll take a look at that. Okay, so just an interesting development here. Lacroix says they tried to do a huge push in Chicago, and they seemed to fail early on. Now there's Minnesota. I think they're going to reevaluate tactics and do major boots on the ground operation. Probably Lacroix. I mean, they're probably going to put resources elsewhere. Though Tom Homan is smart, and I don't mean that as a compliment. He's much better at being a subtle fascist. So he might be like, we need to get out of this city and go do subtle fascism elsewhere, so we don't cause as much of a let's put it, media circus. Okay. So yeah, we'll see how it goes. Doug says they've been losing lawyers. They're pulling JAG lawyers. Interesting. I didn't know that, Doug. Okay, so this is interesting, folks. So something to keep an eye on. And this kind of backs what I said, that the Trump administration still doesn't appear to have complete control over the situation. That doesn't mean they're not fascist or authoritarian, but they don't appear to have infinite amounts of power at the moment, as in they still have to deal with pushback occasionally, okay, and still have to kind of bend to it if it's enough, which means that we still have a chance to push back. Now, it needs to be stronger than protest, in my opinion, okay, but all right. It also should be noted, folks, that they have a lot of intelligence that we're not privy to. So it might be that they're getting a lot of chatter in the United States about rebellion and a lot of chatter about resistance networks popping up. And so they're like, oh, shit, we've opened a can of worms. We need to calm everything down. That's also possible. Okay. Hello, Victoria. Okay. So there's that news story. An interesting development. We'll have to see where it goes. Okay. All right. So, next news story. Next news story here. Okay. All right. This next one is the Bondi hearing. Everyone hear about the hearings yesterday that had Pam Bondi went in front of a committee to be grilled about her handling of the Epstein files, etc. Okay. Um, yeah, very true, Sir Wood the Hunt. Very scary, okay? Welcome, Sir Wood the Hunt. For all the new people in here, welcome to the stream, okay? We're talking about how American fascism and things like that. Welcome. We just talked about how Tom Homan is announcing a drawdown in Minneapolis. I'm not fully convinced that it is what he says it is, but it does appear to be somewhat of a defeat for the Trump administration at the very least. Let's hope it stays that way, okay? Let's hope it stays that way. So yesterday, Pam Bondi got in front of a congressional committee. Now, guys, all of this stuff is nonsense. It's like it's just a congressional committee. Yeah, okay. It's like it doesn't matter much, you know. But I will say she was pretty hilarious, as in like complete lunatic. Looked like she was just getting on her knees to fillet the Trump administration the entire time. And it was humiliating. Like she looked like a batshit crazy lunatic. And anyway, and it's really reflective of the state of this administration.
Is recognized.
So I thought we could watch a few clips here just to show you, yeah, like no class at all. It was just like, it was humiliating. And I know that MAGA will love it. I know Trump will love it. There are like a lot of mainstream news sources are like, she's going to have to resign. Trump is going to fire her. Blah, 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 blah. Do we really think that's going to happen? Do we really think that Trump is going to remove her for that performance? Exactly, Louise. Okay. Like she's not going to get removed. The mainstream media, when they say that, come on, are they serious? Like after everything that's happened, do we think Trump is going to remove her? She did exactly what he would want her to do. That was basically her getting on her knees for him. Okay. Like, and, yeah, exactly, LaCroix. He would only fire her if she stopped being loyal to him. Regardless, I do think it's important to, I do think it's important for us to watch the kind of batshit crazy people that are in the Trump administration and like just how insane this got. Okay. And okay. You all know I say that we don't live in a real democracy, right? It's an oligarchy. A lot of our representatives in Congress are bought and paid for. They're deeply corrupt. And I'm talking both Democrats and Republicans. It's just a fact. Okay. That being said, symbolically, the House of Representatives is supposed to be the people's house. Symbolically, right? It's supposed to be the part of the government that represents the people of the United States. Supposed to be. Is it? I mean, it mainly represents corporations and the wealthy, but still, in theory, it's supposed to represent us. So, yeah, Brett Wood, exactly. It was humiliating, wasn't it? She had this prepared little burn book with tiny pieces of dirt on everyone. It was so stupid. Okay, so I want you all to, oh, G-Man. Oh, G-Man, you know exactly what to say. Thank you, G-Man. Okay, so just be aware that if you theoretically imagine a member of the authoritarian executive branch talking this way to the people of the United States or the representatives. Now, I know they're not actually our representatives, but in theory, they're supposed to be. Anyway, let's watch this. Let's watch some of these interactions, shall we? So here's Pam Bondi, the lunatic attorney general. Okay. Yeah, I know, Brett Biking Woods, it's humiliating. She's a complete nut job. It's obviously a fascist thing. Okay, let's watch.
Respond very briefly to her statement.
Well, I think we can do that probably on one of our members' time.
Okay, thank you. I don't want that to get away. Thank you.
Yep.
We're going to talk
you,
about that,
Chairman.
Doug. Thank you for
Behind
reminding
me, I have 3 documents from the DOJ production that are emblematic of the massive failure of the DOJ to comply with the Epstein Files Transparency Act.
Okay, by the way, this is Thomas Massie. Now, not a fan of Thomas Massie's political beliefs, okay? Not a fan of him politically. That being said, and it pains me to say this, he's been kind of a badass when it comes to standing up to the Trump administration, when it comes to the Epstein files, okay? I am not complimenting him politically, but I wish more Democrats had the balls that this Republican does. And he's gone to war basically with Trump, and that's very dangerous for him politically. So to be clear, I respect Thomas Massie for his take on these things. He has a spine, at least in this issue. I am not complimenting his views otherwise on most other things, but to be clear, credit where credit is due.
To my right is an email that was sent by the victim's lawyers to the DOJ. It was a list of names not to redact, or sorry, a list of names not to release. What did the DOJ do with this email? They released this email.
Oh my God. I'm sorry. I can't help but laugh. The incompetence is hilarious to me. Is it incompetence though? Or is it that they want these witnesses to be intimidated? Oh, I don't know. I don't know. Okay. I don't know.
The document production, literally the worst thing you could do to the survivors, you did. And they're getting phone calls. A lot of these people didn't want to be known. And we know you touched the document because you redacted one name. And you redacted the lawyer's name, but you left the survivor's name there.
Oh, my God.
The next document I want to show you, that was in the title, the victims' survivors' names, all right? The title of this one is Child Sex Trafficking, Co-Conspirators, fully redacted. And by the way,
good job, Gluteal.
I'm going to unredact them here.
Proud of you.
Les Wexner is in this. Now, your deputy Attorney General said, oh, well, he appears hundreds of times in the files, but he doesn't appear in this file until I forced you to release it, where he's listed as a co-conspirator, not to tax evasion, but to child sex trafficking, not to prostitution, not to money laundering, child sex.
So there were a bunch of names, right, that are all throughout the files, like Les Wexner, and for the vast majority of their mentions in the files, they were unredacted. They were left for people to see. But in a few cases, these names were redacted, which is weird. Now, is it possible that they make is it possible that they just made a few mistakes? Possibly. But isn't it weird that on the document where they list possible co-conspirators who could be charged with a crime, they did redact his name on there? Doesn't it kind of seem like they're trying to avoid having to indict anyone? Okay? Like, it's obvious that they're just trying, exactly, Fox, it wasn't a mistake. They're trying to avoid, they don't want to have to indict anyone with a crime. So it's like they're trying to hide the fact that these guys were co-conspirators. So they're willing to list his name elsewhere where it's not in reference to him being a co-conspirator, but not in the document where they talk about co-conspirators.
Trafficking. And then finally, what we have here is the third exhibit that I have is emblematic of the FP302
Brett Woods,
release.
You're right. They were I was going to talk about that. They were spying on the oversight committee. The DOJ was spying on this oversight committee while they were looking at the unredacted files. That came out too. They kept a record of what Congress people were looking at, what files at what time, and things like that, okay? Which I will talk about here in a bit. But yes, thank you, Brett Woods Biking.
These are the documents that we need, that you're holding on to and over-redacting because they have the names of the men who are implicated. How do we know? Because the survivors gave testimony to
HMS.
the FBI, and it's in there. And what happens when you go to the portal at the DOJ to look at what's behind this redaction? Another redaction. So we can't even see them. And then there's some of these files you've pulled down from the bedside
I agree. Okay.
that we will never see because we can't search the redactions. So I have several questions for you.
To clarify, folks, when I say it could be an accident, it's my historian brain, because if you have a group of people going through millions of files, and let's say you don't have enough people on staff, they can get tired, they can make mistakes, it can just happen. But my point is yeah, it could be a mistake, but what do we think is more likely? That they just happen to not redact the to redact the document that talks about co-conspirators, or that just happened to be a mistake? I think we all know. All right. I just am very specific. Exactly. Okay. I am a historian though, so I'm always very careful with documents. But yeah, I'm saying that it is more likely. Okay.
Who's responsible? Are you able to track who in your organization made this massive failure and released the victims' names? Are you able to track who it was that obscured Les Wexner's name as a co-conspirator in an FBI document? Do you have that kind of
like the protecting the elites?
I believe Wexner's name was listed more than 4,000 times.
Yeah, I already told you that. This is where he's listed as a co-conspirator.
Can I finish my answer? Come on.
Oh my
Let me
God.
finish my answer.
I can't stand her.
We corrected that within 40 minutes.
Yeah, Inga.
He was already, you're acting
That's
like
a lie. That's a lie. Within 40 minutes of Thomas Massey pointing it out, days after it was released. That's just a lie. She's a liar.
everybody's trying to cover up Wexner's name.
Reclaiming my time.
I'm going to answer this question.
Reclaiming my time. Mr. Chairman.
This isn't how this works.
Can I have my time back? Mr. Chairman.
The gentlelady can give her answer. The time belongs to the gentleman from Kentucky.
All right, I'm reclaiming my time.
Can I give my answer?
So I'm going to put the language of the bill up on the screen.
Chairman, may I give my answer on that? It's a political joke, and I need to give my answer on that.
We'll let the Attorney General respond, and then the gentleman can move to his next question.
It's my time.
Within 40 minutes, you asked me a question. Within 40 minutes, Wexner's name was added back.
Within 40 minutes of me catching you red-handed.
Yes.
Red-handed. There was one redaction out
Where
of
he's
over
listed as a co-conspirator.
4,700, and we invited you in. This guy has Trump derangement syndrome. He needs to get. You're a failed politician. You need to get on these matters.
Mr. Chairman, please restore his time and remind the witness of the rules here.
There is no credible information.
Okay, now he's playing a clip, okay? But you notice she's like, he's a failed politician, and yeah. You're right, Fox Emblem. By the way, the chair of this committee is Jim Jordan, a rather disgusting example of a politician from the state I live in named Jim Jordan, who is also a predator, who knew that students were being sexually assaulted at Ohio State University and but decided not to say anything to hide his political career. So this whole thing is insane. And the fact that Jim Jordan is leading this commission is hilarious. All right?
None. If there were, I would bring the case yesterday that he trafficked to other individuals.
Is that your position as well?
My position is any victim who comes forward, of course, we would love to hear from them. 1-800-CALL-FBI.
Yeah.
Did you ask Merrick Garland that the
Oh
last
my God.
4 years? Did you talk about Epstein?
I am reclaiming my time.
Guys, I can't. This is why I want a guillotine tattoo. I got to tell you guys, listening to this woman speak, oh my goodness. Okay, I really want a guillotine tattoo. Let's just put it that way.
I'm glad you're asking about Merrick Garland.
You don't get a reclaim
because
time
this
when
is
you don't-
bigger than
when you can't-
Watergate.
when I don't answer a question the way
This
you
goes
want.
over 4 administrations. You don't have to go back to Biden. Let's go back to Obama. Let's go back to George Bush. This cover-up spans decades, and you are responsible for this portion of it.
And that's
now,
where the
I want to know at what point did the
Yeah,
FBI
Mithril.
and the DOJ decide that Lex Wessner was not a co-conspirator? Because our Epstein Files Transparency Act requires you, please put it back on the screen, please, to release the internal decision about whether to prosecute him or not, and it's not in the files, and it's not in the files for any of these other men.
Okay, to be clear, guys, in the legal document that says that they have to release the files, it does say they also have to provide all the files that are internal discussions about whether or not to charge co-conspirators. They did not do that. There's no evidence within the files about why they did or did not decide to charge certain people. Right? Like, so where's that documentation? Or did they not document it and they kept it internal as a way to hide it? Did they just make it a verbal conversation, which would be kind of illegal? So like, why didn't they charge these people? They did not include that evidence. Okay. Like, all right. Yeah. And she couldn't even, by the way, a lot of the Epstein victims were in the room while she was in there and they were behind her and she refused to turn around and acknowledge them or anything. So, okay. And yeah, Inga, I used to teach high school debate. These guys are less, I mean, she is worse at doing a public debate than the high school students I used to teach, okay? Like, she is just this is infantile, okay? And yet, okay, You know, though, Trump's like, she's very strong. That's probably what Trump will say. She was very strong. Okay, we'll continue.
Gentleman has expired.
May she answer?
And he's a hypocrite because he voted against the ban that we were talking about on deep fake AI porn. Only two.
What are we talking about? What are we talking about? Oh my God. I thought that I had ADHD, but she's like, squirrel, squirrel, squirrel. Like, what are you doing? Okay. Yes, because this hearing is about deep fake AI porn. Okay, you know, but guys, it'll work. It'll work that she's trying this distraction because conservatives are so obsessed with people's genitalia. They're so obsessed with sex. That's all they think about. They're always thinking about sex and porn and what people are doing in their bedrooms. So all she has to do is say sex, porn. You like sex, porn, and all the conservatives out there will be like, oh my God, oh my God. So it's a lovely distraction, right? I will say, hey, it'll work probably for a lot of people. Okay, all right. It'll work. Yeah. Okay, don't worry. We're going to watch Raskin too. Don't worry. We have a few of the... Yeah, it is, Jennifer. It is. It's their best defense. And it's all... Jennifer Kirkman, you're right. Misdirection is their best defense. And it's always about weird sex stuff. It's always like, oh, what's in that trans person's pants? Oh, are you corrupt? No. What do you mean? What's in that trans person's pants? What are gay people doing in the bedroom? What do you mean I molested children? What about gay people? What are they doing in the bedroom? It's weird. It's weird. Okay. All right. Continue. I agreed, Mithril. Let's go on.
Two people voted against it, and you were one of them, hypocrite.
The gentleman's time has expired.
Excuse me.
Mr. Chairman.
Yeah, Mr. Chairman, could she answer the question?
Chairman, I was wondering.
Spineless. I cannot stand this man, by the way. I cannot stand this man.
Lady's allowed, the Attorney General is allowed to respond the way she wants to respond to any member's questions, Republican, Democrat.
All right, I have unanimous consent request.
Gentleman's recognized for a UC.
All right. This is an example. I'm submitting these 302 forms that are entirely redacted, even when you go to look at them.
Without objection.
True,
I'm
Brett.
submitting a witness statement that implicates Les Wexner.
Without objection.
I'm submitting an article from the New York Times. The
emblem.
DOJ released nude photos and identifiable pictures of the victims.
Okay, so that's that. That was Massey's address of her. Okay. There's some other ones. We're going to watch a couple more. What some of the other people said here. Whoopsie. Where did it go?
Is recognized.
Okay, give me a second here. All right. Let's watch Jamie Raskin, shall we?
Work to be done. So
Jamie Raskin also is great. Yeah, she tried to save $50K. Yeah, I know. Yeah, exactly, Cody. It's weird, right? It's weird. Okay. So let's see how Jamie Raskin did. Now, okay, Jamie Raskin, you guys know I'm pretty left-wing. He's really good at argumentation and public talking and debate and things like that. I don't agree with him on a lot of political things. He's not left-wing enough for me. Regardless, I do really like how he addresses things in public hearings. So let's see how Jamie Raskin does against this lunatic, okay? Let's see how Jamie Raskin does, shall we? Let's go. Ho-ho, yay. 1 second. I got to quickly mark this part of the stream. Okay, Jamie Raskin. Let's see how he does.
In that area, but I want to thank the Attorney General for her great work in the first year on the job, and I want to thank you for being here. With that, I would yield to the ranking member for an opening statement.
Again, just to remind everyone, he's a sexual predator, too. He covered up a sexual assault scandal at The Ohio State University. Just want to remind everyone, this is where our government has come to, folks. This is where our government has come to. We are run by a bunch of sexual predators and pedophiles. Yay! La da 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 la da 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 da. Okay, guys, I just love this country so much. Oh my God, I love it so much. So much. So great. So great that we're living in this situation. Isn't it great? I love the fascism. I love all the pedophiles who are in office. Just great. Great. Love it for us. Great. Great. This is a perfectly sane country. No problems here at all. No problems here at all. All right.
Statement.
Thank you kindly, Mr. Chairman, and welcome, Attorney General Bondi. You've got the best lawyer's job in America because your mission is justice and your clients are the American people. But to promote justice for the people, you've got to listen to the victims.
Like
the women seated behind you today. Those are just some of the hundreds of survivors of Jeffrey Epstein's global sex trafficking ring who are demanding that the truth be told and are demanding accountability for the abusers who trafficked and raped them. You still haven't met with these survivors.
Yep.
So with their permission, let me introduce to you
How
the survivors
humane.
and late survivors' family members who are present today. There's Teresa Helm, there's Jess Michaels, Laura Bloom McGee, Danny Bensky.
Hey, Inga, I support this. That should be the word of the year. We live in a pedagogy, right? A government by pedophiles. I mean, okay, I would say we're in a kakistocratic pedagogy, which means a government by the least capable people and by pedophiles. Okay, maybe an oligarchic kakistocratic pedagogy. I think that's a great, I know that sounds super technical, but, you know, I'm a historian. I think I'm going to lie and say that my expertise in history gives me the ability to make these declarations, and they must be true, okay? Okay, there you go. There you go, Trump failed. We're in a pedoliocratic. Very good, okay, very good. Love it, love it. Inga, you know, you should write a dissertation on this. Well done.
Liz Stein, Marina Lacerda, Sky and Amanda Roberts, who are the family of the late Virginia Giuffre, Charlene Richard, and Lisa Phillips. Now, you're not showing a lot of interest in the victims, Madam Attorney General, whether it's Epstein's human trafficking ring or the homicidal governmental violence against citizens in Minneapolis.
Oh, there's that too.
Attorney General,
oh my God, guys! Again, I just love being reminded of how terrible things are. It's, you know, isn't it great? They're killing us. They're assaulting our children. They are they're picking our pockets on a daily basis. You guys get it. You guys get it.
You're siding with the perpetrators.
LaCroix, I think that was because of me.
And you're ignoring the victims. That will be your legacy unless you act quickly to change course. You're running a massive Epstein cover-up right out of the Department of Justice. You've been ordered by subpoena and by Congress to turn over 6 million documents, photographs, and videos in the Epstein files, but you've turned over only 3 million. You say you're not turning over the other 3 million because they're somehow duplicative, but we know that there are actual memos of victim statements in there, and you also took down the Department of Justice's prosecution memo from 2019. So it's clearly not all duplicative, but even if it were, why not release it? Just release.
So again, okay, I do like Jimmy Raskin. Just a note here, little side note. You have to know your audience, right? If you're trying to speak the American people, don't use duplicative. I know this is a side note, given we're talking about the pedagogy, as Inga would say, but like, you know, maybe you're very intellectual, you're very smart. I know you are, Jimmy Raskin, but duplicative. Let's use more populist words. Okay, just a side note there. This is a classic sort of Democratic issue. All right. Now, of course, the Republicans will just be like, trans people! You know, they'll just start screaming about brown people or whatever. But, you know, the Democrats sometimes go a little bit too much the other way. Anyway.
Release all the duplicative stuff. In the half you did produce, you redacted the names of abusers, enablers, accomplices, and co-conspirators, apparently to spare them embarrassment and disgrace, which is the exact opposite of what the law ordered you to do. Even worse,
oh my God,
you
Inga.
shockingly failed to redact
You're on a roll
many
today,
of the
Inga.
victims' names,
Yeah,
which
oh
is
my
what
God.
you were ordered to do by Congress. Some of the victims had come forward publicly, but many had not. Many had kept their torment private, even from family and friends, but you,
which is classic,
published their names,
yeah,
their identities, their images on thousands of pages for the world to see. So you ignored the law, and even with over 100,000 employees at your disposal, you acted with some mixture of staggering incompetence, cold indifference, and jaded cruelty towards more than 1,000 victims raped, abused, and trafficked. This performance screams cover-up. Convicted sex trafficker and groomer Ghislaine Maxwell opened the gates of hell to Virginia Giuffre and hundreds of other victims, as Virginia recorded in her remarkable book, Nobody's Girl. But when Maxwell was subpoenaed to come testify before Congress, you and Todd Blanche quickly moved her from a higher security prison to a minimum security.
By the way, guys, she's still there. Can we also just remember that Ghislaine Maxwell, one of the two most prolific sexual predators in American history that we're aware of, is currently in a minimum security prison. Okay, I don't know. Our country is a joke to the world. We know that, right? Like, it's a joke. Where is the justice? Okay, there is none. All right? It is a goddamn joke. I wish people were more angry about it. I really, really do. Because we need some revolutionary change. Okay, we do. Like this, the rot is so obvious. Okay?
Camp in Texas, where she's enjoyed 5-star treatment, including catered meals, private gym time, and access to a therapy puppy.
Yeah. Like, it's true. She gets a puppy. Yay. All right, good.
Because Todd Blanche, who's utterly failed to investigate the monstrous crimes of Epstein and Maxwell's co-conspirators, spent 9 hours with Maxwell and satisfied himself that she would have nothing untoward to say about Donald Trump, which is your only real interest in the matter, based on institutional performance. But abandoning victims and coddling perpetrators is what you do best. When the FBI opened a criminal investigation into the brutal killing in Minneapolis of Renee Good, a poet and 37-year-old mother of 3, by Trump's masked paramilitary ICE agents, you shut it down. You claim you're investigating the cold-blooded murder of Alex Preddy, an ICU nurse at the VA. But how can we trust the administration when the president and Kristi Noem call Preddy a domestic terrorist and Stephen Miller called him a would-be assassin? Not only do you refuse to share evidence with the state and local investigators and prosecutors in Minnesota, you have blocked their access to the crime scene and the evidence. How are you?
I agree, guys. I like Jamie Raskin's speaking style. Like he also is taking the time to really lay out the case completely. It gets really good. He's always been a very good public speaker. I'm excited though for where he actually starts asking her questions, because he's also very good at that.
Justice for Marimar Martinez, the Montessori school teacher in Chicago who was shot 5 times by a Border Patrol agent who bragged about it on text. Or the family of Keith Porter, a father of 2 shot and killed by an off-duty ICE agent in LA. Or the family of Silverio Villegas Gonzalez, shot and killed in Illinois minutes after he dropped his kids off at school. There's no sign.
I'm going to make you guys feel bad, but you know he had cancer, right? And he lost his hair. So he's trying to cover up a lot of the hair loss from when he had chemo. So how dare all of you? Okay, I'm just okay.
Of any movement at the Department of Justice.
Yep, Brett,
you even launched a criminal investigation into Renee Good's grieving widow. How sick is that? But it's even worse. You've turned the people's...
Why was she moved, Jennifer? Because, okay, so here's... Okay, Jennifer, guys, someone tell me, why was... someone tell me in the chat, why was Ghislaine Maxwell moved from a maximum security prison to a minimum security prison? What happened right before that? That suddenly then that she was then suddenly moved? Someone tell me in the chat. So what happened, Jennifer, was that... was that Trump's lawyers went to go talk to her, and she said that she didn't have any information to share. And then magically, she was moved to a minimum security prison. Now, do we think that maybe that was an exchange, that they're like, hey, maybe you should not say anything, and then we will give you less of a punishment? I suspect that that's what happened. I suspect she was given a minimum security prison in exchange for keeping her mouth shut. And then, by the way, a few days ago, while she was, she was speaking or something, she openly said that she will gladly basically get Trump off. I phrased that badly. She will, what's the term she used here? She will gladly provide information that will show that Trump is innocent if he excuses her crimes, or what's the word there? Oh my God, my brain isn't working. If he pardons her crimes. So now she's like, hey, I will say that you did nothing wrong if you pardon me for everything I did. And yeah, in broad daylight, she did it. And you know he might do that. He said he would. She asked him to grant her clemency if she says things that he pardons, that gets him off for his crimes. So like it's obvious, right? And they're doing it in front of us. That's how they view us, folks. Think about how lowly they view us, the people they're supposed to represent. Okay, that they are basically doing it in front of us in broad daylight. And anyway, hey, in their defense, we're not doing much about it, so I guess it's working.
Department of Justice into Trump's instrument of revenge. Trump orders out prosecutions like
clemency,
pizza,
not pardon.
and you deliver every time. He tells
You're right, you guys. She asked him for clemency, which is not the same as a pardon. Okay.
You to go after James Comey, Letitia James, Lisa Cook, and Jerome Powell, the head of the Federal Reserve Board, and members of Congress like Adam Schiff, Mark Kelly, Alyssa Slotkin, Chrissy Houlihan, Jason Crow, Chris Deluzio, and Maggie Goodlander, to name a few, and you snap to it. You replace real prosecutors with counterfeit stooges who robotically do the president's bidding. Nothing in American history comes close to this complete corruption of the justice function and contamination of federal law enforcement. And the good news is many serious lawyers at DOJ, including some of your own original appointees, have refused your lawless orders. Danielle Sassoon, your original pick for acting U.S. Attorney in Manhattan, resigned rather than follow your corrupt order to quash an indictment against Mayor Eric Adams as a political favor from Donald Trump.
Yep.
A Federalist Society member who clerked for Justice Scalia, U.S. Attorney Sassoon refused to participate in this blatantly corrupt scheme. Her top assistant, Hagen Scotton, an Iraqi war vet and two-time Bronze Star recipient who clerked for Chief Justice Roberts.
Okay, let's get to the questioning session
Kavanaugh,
here, right?
Promptly resigned too, writing to your office, quote, I expect you will eventually find someone who is enough of a fool or enough of a coward to file your motion, but it was never going to be me. You and the president nominated Eric Siebert, a 15-year career prosecutor, to be your U.S. attorney for the Eastern District of Virginia. But after 5 months of investigating Letitia James and James Comey, he found no evidence to justify criminal charges. So you forced him out. You replaced.
So I'm gonna stop. I'm gonna stop Jamie Raskin here. You can see though, like he's laying it out real great, right? All right, let's go back. Let's get back to some of the other crap that she did with people. Let's watch this. So this is. I love how Jamie. I don't mean to. You guys can watch the rest of what he had to say, but I think that beginning part was especially good. He goes on to just deconstruct everything else she's done. Okay, so let's watch it. This is Jasmine Crockett now and Pam Bondi.
Gentlelady is recognized.
Thank you. I seek unanimous consent to introduce into the record the research that Representative Kamlager-Dove and I referenced concerning the threat of right-wing domestic terrorism, which the Department of Justice scrubbed from its website in September.
Without objection, the gentlelady from Texas is recognized.
Thank you so much, Mr. Chairman. And to be clear, I'm not going to ask any questions of this witness because this witness has revealed that she has no intentions of answering questions. But instead, I'm going to ask some very basic questions really quickly of my colleague, Becca Ballant, if she will answer right or wrong, raping children.
Wrong.
Right or wrong, killing random citizens.
Definitely wrong.
Right or wrong, enriching yourself as the sitting president of the United States.
Definitely wrong.
Okay, thank you, because I probably never would have got that with our witness. Our witness who somehow is a lawyer but does not understand how it works with witnesses. I'm not really sure what law school she went to and what all kind of cases she tried, but typically when you come into a space and somebody's a witness, then they sit there and they answer questions instead of asking questions. And then we also have this objection that we use as lawyers called non-responsive when a witness fails to actually answer the question. But nevertheless, let me address the survivors because that's exactly who they are. They are not victims, they are survivors. Let me say thank you for having more courage.
I know I'm nitpicking here. I don't like that distinction. They are victims. I'm sorry. I know we like to do victim empowerment by not calling them victims. I get that, but it is important to understand that they are victims and they're survivors. I know I'm nitpicking, but okay.
And moral clarity
Yeah,
in your
Jonas,
pinky
I agree.
fingers than the entire Department
Yeah,
of
why
Justice.
can't they be both?
We are currently the laughing stock of the world, partially because of the failed leadership within the DOJ, as we see kings and queens falling everywhere around the world. But we don't know the basics of right and wrong in this country, because it's not about partisanship. And that's why I applaud Thomas Massey, because he's the only person on the Republican side that has a backbone and knows how to stand up to corruption. But nevertheless, let me keep going. My Democratic colleagues have been attacked this entire committee hearing. They have been lied on. And frankly, the American people weren't looking for that. They were looking for answers about the corruption that they see coming from this administration.
Yeah.
In the written testimony of this witness.
Guys, honest question. Do you think it's even like, I kind of like her point. Like, why should I even ask this witness questions? I don't know the correct answer to this. Do you think it is? Like, do you think it's even worth it to engage with Pam Bondi? I'm curious. I don't know the answer to that. Okay.
Of this particular witness, she stated that when she took office, she had two main goals. The first was to end the weaponization of justice, and second, to return the department to its core mission. Not only have you lied about both, you've intentionally done the exact opposite. You're spending more taxpayer resources arresting journalists than you are prosecuting pedophiles and
That's
creeps.
true.
In fact, your boss, the President of the United States, stated that this administration, quote, took the freedom of speech away. And at your direction, DOJ has arrested Don Lemon and Georgia Fort. And I might add that y'all actually had a judge that rejected y'all for trying to arrest Don Lemon before, just like the grand jury rejected y'all as it relates to Senator Kelly, just like a grand jury rejected y'all as it relates to Senator Slotkin, just like the case against Tish James was dismissed and the case against Mr. Comey was dismissed. I completely don't get how it is that you're sitting at the top of DOJ, because you don't seem to be good at your job. You're spending more taxpayer resources arresting these journalists. In fact, we know after Georgia Fort and Don Lemon were arrested, we know that there were homes of journalists that were raided. We know that threatened prosecution against students protesting your actions and forced tech companies to remove apps used to track ISIS activities. But let's circle back to you protecting pedophiles and creeps, because I want to talk about the president and his possible involvement.
So I'm going to move forward a little bit here. You get that she's tearing apart. Now let's go. Let's talk about, let's see what happens when she actually addresses Bondi, where Bondi actually, she asked Bondi some questions.
Who has prioritized obstruction over justice, corruption over the law, fealty to the president over loyalty to the Constitution. And Mr. Chairman, I will yield.
Gentlelady yields. Gentleman from Missouri is recognized. Excuse me, gentleman from Kansas, the Attorney General, former Attorney General, Mr. Schmidt is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and General Bondi, thanks for being here. Did you have anything you wanted to say before we talk?
I do. Thank you, Congressman. Thank you, my friend, for many years. I find it interesting that she didn't even want to try, Congresswoman Crockett, to ask any questions, because she certainly did not condemn her leader, Hakeem Jeffries, for taking money from Jeffrey Epstein after Epstein was convicted. And I will be brief to give you your time, Congressman. This is what she didn't want to talk about. Texas, from Cuba, convicted, homicide, arson, weapon offense.
Convicted. You know, so what are we talking about? Convict Texas, some of these perpetrators homicide. That rape these women that are sitting behind you, that you refuse to even acknowledge they are here.
Time belongs to the gentleman from Kansas.
Mr. Chairman, could I have a few seconds?
She is just, I cannot stand Pam Bondi. Complete nonsense, has nothing to do with what they're talking about, just trying to deflect.
Back to make up for the yelling. Thank you. General, did you have anything further to say?
Texas, convicted of homicide. Cecil Joseph from Dominican Republic.
So, guys, this is a classic tactic on the right wing. Show scary pictures of brown people, right? Oh, but wait a minute. Yeah, there's pedophilia. There is pedophilia going on, but look, oh, scary brown people. Woo. Okay, she is a goddamn lunatic. Like, and she did shit like this throughout the entire hearing, okay?
Texas, convicted for kidnapping, rape. Khalid Khan from Afghanistan.
Do you think they chose people with names like that? Do you think she chose those people with those names accidentally? Do you think they would have chosen someone with a name like Ron Johnson or some shit like that? Okay.
That's why they want to talk about Epstein and not what's happening in their own states.
Thank you, General, and thank you.
Complete deflection, okay? So here we have one more. I know we're almost done with this, but I just wanted you to get a sense of this hearing, right? The insanity.
Has expired.
I have a UC, Mr. Chairman.
And that is the gentlelady from Texas.
I ask unanimous consent to enter into the record. El Paso airspace reopened after FAA quickly rescinds 10-day flights restriction. This was published by the Texas Tribune.
Okay, let's move forward.
So I really have just one question for you. How many of Epstein's co-conspirators have you indicted? How many perpetrators are you even investigating?
First, you showed it. I find it.
How many have you indicted?
Excuse me. I'm going to answer the question.
Answer my question.
No, I'm going to answer the question the way I want to answer the question.
No,
Your
you're going to answer
theatrics
the
are
question the
ridiculous.
way I asked it.
Chairman Jordan, I'm not going to get in the gutter with these people,
How many
but
have
I'm
you-
going to answer the question.
How many have you indicted?
Again, the time belongs to
Reclaiming my time.
the time belongs.
I think it's very interesting.
Reclaiming my time.
I think it's very
Reclaiming my
interesting.
time.
And you can
When
reclaim
he
your
talks
time,
about they
reclaiming my time,
indicted,
Mr.
the
Chairman.
president said they
Mr.
indicted.
Mr. Chairman, please
They
stop the
sure
clock
did.
and stop the
he
clock and
indicted.
restore his.
She is a clown. She's a goddamn clown. She's a goddamn clown. She couldn't even answer a simple question of how many people did you indict. She's like, well, first of all, okay, that's a yes or no. The answer is obvious. It's a no. You just say no, okay?
Okay, here we go with these
Committee will be in order.
theatrics.
Theatrics. What are you doing, bitch?
To the gentleman from New York, we will give you
Yeah.
a few more seconds. We will do that. But when you ask a question, the witness
question
gets to
was-
answer. You may not like the answer, but she
Right.
gets to
The
answer.
question was, how many of Epstein's...
They don't like the answer,
Reclaiming
Chairman,
my time.
because it's honest.
Reclaiming
So
my-
he asked a
Reclaiming my
4-minute question.
Restore 45
and
seconds to
I am
Mr. Nadler,
going
please,
to
Mr. Chairman.
Answer.
You can let her filibuster all day long, but not on our watch.
Reclaiming-
Not on our time. No way. And I told you about that, Attorney General, before you started.
You don't tell me
Yeah, I
anything,
did tell you because we
locked
saw
up
what you did in the
loser
Senate.
Lawyer, not even a lawyer.
Committee will be in order.
Time, and I should get back at least 45 seconds.
We will give you a few more seconds. I
Guys.
said that already.
45 seconds.
Okay, I'm timing.
Guys, okay. I know this is entertaining. It really is entertaining, right? It is deeply entertaining to watch this, right? It is kind of fun. Like, it just is. I want to point out, though, obviously, all of this is sort of a cover for the fact that there's a bunch of pedophiles that run everything, okay? And I also want to point out that this is what our elected officials are having to do right now. This is what they're doing. And the fact that we can't do something as simple as find a bunch of pedophiles guilty or put them on trial at the very least for a massive conspiracy, and that we have to go and do all this circus, while you and I, a lot of us out there, I think we're struggling economically. A lot of us are having issues affording health care. A lot of us are having issues affording housing. A lot of us have kids who need to enter a lottery in order to get free lunch at schools. A lot of us may be unemployed. A lot of us, our infrastructure is crumbling. Our money is going all over the world to countries, you know, while we're having issues here. Okay? Can we all see that this is massively dysfunctional? It is massively dysfunctional. Like, the whole government has become an absolute clown show, and it's massively dysfunctional. I just want to be clear about that, all right? These people, and I mean all of them, I'm sorry, Republicans and Democrats, all right? They're not doing right by us at all, okay? And, like, okay. And what bothers me is a lot of these Democrats who are doing good questioning have voted in the past against things that are good for us. So it's not like they're good people either, all right? They're not. This is a layup because the Trump administration is so evil and incompetent. But, okay. All right. I'm just going to lose my mind that this is what we're having to deal with right now.
Right now, Mr. Nadler.
Reclaiming my time. The answer to my question, how many of Epstein's co-conspirators has she indicted?
Hello,
is
Alexander
zero.
Tyler.
You have been the Attorney General for a whole year, and your DOJ fired the lead prosecutor of this case, sat on evidence this entire time, and claimed falsely last July that there were no more leads. It took an act of Congress for you to finally release part of the Epstein files, and when you did, you included personal information about the victims while protecting the names of abusers.
Time of the gentleman
None
has
of the perpetrators
expired.
have been brought to justice, but enormous resources.
Time
Yeah,
of
right,
the
Luke.
gentleman has
Yeah,
expired,
Luke.
and obviously.
clear-
But the Dow Jones is up, right? So I'm sure all of you are celebrating. That's all that matters, is that stock market go up.
That under your leadership, the Department of Justice
There
no
was
longer
no
works
question
for
in
American
there.
people. It works
Order
for
respond
Donald
to.
Trump. I yield back.
The gentleman yields back.
May I answer?
I think our next questioner,
Right,
Madam
Brett.
Attorney General, is going to give you time to respond to
Thank you, Chairman.
all kinds of things. So we will turn to the gentleman from Texas for 5 minutes.
Ms. Bondi, you go right ahead. I'm over here.
Jesus.
The time is yours.
Thank you.
Okay, let's see what this
First,
crazy
he
lunatic
brought
says.
up the president saying they indicted me twice. They sure did. They tried to impeach him twice. And you, Mr. Nadler, were one of the leads on the impeachment. I was on the other side. I lived that with you. During impeachment, you said the president conspired, sought foreign interference in the 2016.
Like, this is all she's doing, guys, right now. This is called filleting Trump. She's getting on her knees for Donald J. Trump. Yes, I said it. That's what she's doing here. This is all a show for Daddy Trump. This is all a show for Daddy Trump. I'm sure he's watching what she's doing, and he's getting his rocks off. Like, I don't know how else to phrase it. This is all bootlicking. I'm actually surprised that there isn't I'm actually surprised that there isn't, like, what is it, shoe polish all over her mouth right now, because, like, all right, either that or there's not a feces all over her nose from shoving her face in his ass. That's all this is. It's all, and by the way, there are a bunch of like mainstream news sources that are like, oh my God, she might lose her job after this. She might do this. She might do that. No, this is exactly what Trump wants to see. You do know that this is, like, I know to normal people this looks bad, but Trump loves this shit. His base will love this shit. His base will love it. They will lap it up. They will lap it up. Like that. They will lap it right up. Okay. So I know, just be aware, like, she's doing exactly what he wants her to do. No doubt. Okay. No doubt.
2016 election, Robert Mueller found no evidence, none, of foreign interference in 2016. Have you apologized to President Trump? Have you apologized to President Trump, all of you who participated in those impeachment hearings against Donald Trump? You all should be apologizing. You sit here and you attack the president, and I am not going to have it. I'm not going to.
Oh, I'm not. You attacked Daddy Trump. I'm not going to have it, Daddy. I won't let them attack you. Oh my God, Daddy, I'm so sorry that they attacked you. I'll protect you, Daddy. Okay. Yeah, guys, and here's the thing. I know I'm being misogynistic. I know. I'm sorry. I know. Okay. I'm going to be a little bit misogynistic by doing this, but you know what it reminds me of? Okay. You know what it kind of reminds me of? It reminds me of, Jabba the Hutt. Yeah, let me show you. Do you know Jabba the Hutt? Remember Jabba the Hutt? We all know Jabba the Hutt, right? Jabba. Oh. Let's do here. Jabba the Hutt. Jabba the Hutt from Star Wars. Okay, Jabba the Hutt and Leia. This is what it reminds me of. Reminds me of this whole situation, okay? Do we remember this whole situation with Jabba the Hutt, who had Princess Leia on a leash, kind of like that? So if we want to make a comparison to this situation, we got Jabba the Hutt, who's Donald Trump, right? Donald Trump, Jabba the Hutt. And here we have Pam Bondi on a leash, okay? And right over here to the left, I don't know, is J.D. Vance. That little creature that does that little screaming thing. So this is pretty analogous, all right? In this situation, though, this is slightly different, though. Slightly different in that in this case, Pam Bondi actually isn't on a leash. She's just there because she's having a good time. Okay, that's the difference. But moving on. I'm sorry. We'll move on there. I know. By the way, I'm sorry, TJ. I'm sorry, guys, for traumatizing people. Moving on. All right. Okay.
Going to put up with it. You know, all they want to do, all the American people need to know this. They are talking about Epstein today. This has been around since the Obama administration. This administration released over 3 million pages of documents, over 3 million. And Donald Trump signed that law to release all of those documents.
But yeah, I'll buy that from Fail. The little creature might be Stephen Miller, actually. I'm willing to amend. I thought Stephen Miller would be the sandworm in the middle of the desert that they throw people to, but we can have different versions of the metaphor or the analogy.
He is the most transparent president in the nation's history. And none of them asked Merrick Garland over the last 4 years one word about Jeffrey Epstein. How ironic is that? You know why? Because Donald Trump, the Dow right now is over. The Dow is over 50,000.
Oh my God!
I don't know why.
Oh my God! I forgot that she did that. She's literally doing the bit. But the Dow is up. The economy is up. Oh, wow! Love that. That is great.
You're laughing. You're a great stock trader, as I hear, Raskin. The Dow is over 50,000 right now. The S&P at almost 7,000, and the NASDAQ smashing records. American.
Guys, they think that you're that stupid. They think that they can just do this like this. Ha-ha. I'm the jester, but they're the ones doing the jesting, right? And the clowning here.
401ks and retirement savings are booming. That's what we should be talking about. We should be talking about making Americans safe.
Yeah, Dolly
We should be talking about, what does a Dow have to do with anything? That's what they just asked. Are you kidding?
Mr. Jordan.
Oh, hello, welcome, LOLAWD. Oh, we know LOLAOD, trust me. You need to watch the stream more, okay? I think you're doing some friendly fire. LOLAWD says, if anyone is shocked by the U.S. government not giving a shit about children, they need to wake up and smell the coffee, that they never will. Y'all have the most mass shootings on school grounds. LOL, thank you for generalizing, but this is an audience full of people who are American and who know that, okay? We're a bunch of lefties, so trust us, we know. But thank you, you're right. Okay, you're right.
Mr. Jordan.
Committee will be in order.
Mr. Jordan, am I going to get an extra 45 seconds added to my time?
Hello,
Committee
Loiso.
will be in order. The
Hello,
time belongs
X-Power.
to the gentleman from Texas.
Yes. Oh, I know. There's a lot of people who aren't Americans in here. My apologies. But there are a lot of Americans in here who know very well.
Ms. Bondi, the Attorney General can respond.
Thank you. The Dow has shattered 50,000 for the first time. This is crazy. They said it couldn't be done in 4 years, yet President Trump has done it in 1 year.
Oh, my God.
National median rents have fallen to a 4-year low thanks to Donald Trump.
Yep, LOL, we
That's
covered that.
why.
Yeah, Jim Jordan is a sexual predator. Isn't that great? I love that for us. Oh, this country is so great. I love it.
We want to focus on Epstein and our most transparent president in the nation's history. The murder rate, as I said, has plummeted to a 125-year low.
Great.
Thanks to Donald
Great,
Trump.
great.
For an unprecedented.
We are, Meowsor. No, Meowsor, that's an insult. That's an insult to the lead actress from Legally Blonde. That's actually a pretty good movie. Well, I don't know if the third one is, but Legally Blonde is a good show, right? But the woman in Legally Blonde, the whole point is that even though she's blonde, she is very intelligent. Not Pam Bondi, though.
Unprecedented. 9 straight months.
Loy's so hilarious.
There were 0 illegal border.
Oh, absolutely, Nueeb. Absolutely. Welcome everyone to the stream. Nueeb says, keep your children away from these people and anybody who supports these people. I'm talking about Pam Bondi and Trump. Yeah, you know what? They ought to be in prison. Guys, for those that have joined the stream, all these people, we need to have public tribunals. We need these people to be thrown in prison for a long time. Personally, there's certain things I can't say. I'd advocate for more than that, but there better be accountability. There better be accountability because right now our country is run by, it's a pedocracy, right? It's a government by pedophiles. And we really ought to really put on public display these people and make sure that this never, and really make the elites afraid of us again. I'm advocating for us to make the elites afraid of us again. So like this is insane. Okay. It is absolutely insane that this is happening. I mean, it's not that insane. It is America. We've had some issues for a while, but like, okay, guys, when will we be mad enough to do something about it? Right. That's one of my things I'm curious about. I know a lot of you are mad enough and that you are doing something. Wouldn't it be nice if more Americans were mad enough to actually do something about it? I'm not sure what else. I don't know what else that could happen. I mean, all right. Anyway.
Crossings at the southern border. That's what we should be focused on. All the great work that this president has done and will continue to do to keep America safe and to make Americans
With your smart guy.
Thank you, Attorney General Bondi. I agree with you totally. I think you've done a fine job. I think that Democrats, in fact, should be apologizing to the Epstein victims for doing nothing during the 4 years that they were running the government. We did not hear about this, and it took you and President Trump to finally provide transparency and give...
Right, guys, they're providing such transparency. By the way, he is partially right. Don't forget this cover-up has been going on for a while. Of course, it doesn't absolve the Trump administration that they have doing the cover-up too. Yep, she did, Mithril. Bondi did perjure herself in this hearing, but it won't matter. It won't matter, Mithril. Like, I hope we know these hearings don't matter. Like, do we think anything's going to happen because of this, guys? No. All right. Nothing's going to happen because of this. Okay.
Answers to the American people, and I want to thank you for that. I want to thank you also for standing up for truth today and for fighting back against the theatrics and the time waste that you will endure over the next hour or two. I want to apologize on behalf of my colleagues on the...
Oh my God, I'm sorry. He's so funny. Jesus Christ, he's so funny. He's joking, right? I hope he's joking. Otherwise, it's deeply embarrassing. Now, of course, he isn't joking, but, you know, it is a clown show. I'm not terribly surprised.
Left, they're not all that bad, but they've got to put on a show. And I'm sorry that you have to go through that. And I would like to yield the last, I'd say 40, and 40 is 80 seconds. The clock says 40, but I've got 80 seconds since I was so rudely interrupted, and I'll give all 80 seconds to Chairman Jordan.
And I would just yield to the...
It isn't, Jennifer. Jennifer says, isn't this hearing called to be the subject? Isn't this hearing called with the subject being the Epstein files? I might not be the smartest, but is stock market correction connected to this? Let me think, Jennifer. No, it isn't. Alas, Jennifer, we need the cute little distraction of talking about the stock market, right? That's what the Trump administration does. It's always like, squirrel, look over there. Trans people, stock market. What, like, it's classic. You know, it's just what they do. Okay. LOL AWD says, heard Kamala. I know, isn't that disgusting, AWD? Heard Kamala is running again in 2028. Well, I haven't heard that, AOL, but I want LOL, but I wouldn't be surprised. Y'all can't find someone better than her. If she's the nominee again, welcome President J.D. Vance. Oh, we know, LOL AWD. I have said for a long time, folks, that, what do I say, guys? What do I say? We cannot go back to the status quo, right? And I know I keep repeating this. You know what? Let's do the song. I've even invented a song. We cannot go back to the status quo. We cannot go back to the status quo. If we go back to the status quo, we will have another Trump. We will have another Trump. We can't go back to the status quo, folks. We need very different kinds of politicians, and we need major reforms. It is not good enough to go back to the Democratic Party, the establishment Democratic Party. What happened the last time we did that? We got Trump again. The reason we have Trump is because the status quo created Donald Trump. If we just go back to the status quo, we're going to end up with another fascist eventually. All right? What happened when we went back to Biden? Oh, we got Trump again. So what we need is a complete revamping of the country. I am not saying this as a political pundit. I'm saying it as a historian. The way to fight fascism is to make major reforms and to completely upend and change the system in a way that's beneficial for people, okay? We need people to be guaranteed health care, guaranteed a certain level of economic success. We need more democratic elections. We need major reforms. We need to get money out of politics, all right? We cannot have another pathetic Democratic administration that tweaks around the edges and doesn't fix anything. Otherwise, we'll be stuck in this cycle of fascist. And if you think Trump is bad, wait till we get a really competent fascist in there. That's one of the few benefits of the fascists, benefits of the fascists. Benefits of Trump is that he is deeply incompetent. Deeply incompetent, all right? So if we get a competent fascist in there, that'll be very disturbing indeed. And guys, the problem, though, is that I don't see this happening electorally at this point. I gotta tell you, I think that the establishment is so deeply corrupt, that the Democratic Party is so deeply corrupt. I suspect we need some more, I should say, grassroots changes, some more revolutionary change. Like, I'm sick of trying to get the Democratic Party to, you know, do something. It was stupid for me to hope that at any point. But I think we're beyond that. We need to put a lot of pressure on this government. We need to put a lot of pressure on it. I mean, like, maybe do a national strike. Maybe start doing some nonviolent resistance. I would never call for violence. What do you think I am? A Fed poster? My point is that we are way beyond the ability of electoral politics of fixing this. Okay. Anyway, that's my take on it. We need major reforms. If we don't get major reforms, it won't matter. And I'm sorry, but the people that think that the big issue right now is just that we need to get rid of Trump are missing the point. Okay? Because he is a symptom of a much larger problem in this country. We understand that, right? He's a symptom, and we need to fix the actual problem. All right? Of course, if you've been in my streams for long enough, you know the details I could go into on all of this. Again, I'm not saying this as a political pundit. I'm saying it as a historian. I want to be clear about that. If you think I'm just some random person talking about it, I might be a little bit, but I know my history. I went to grad school for it. I'm just saying we need major changes if you want to fight the fascism, okay? So let's do that. Let's do it, okay? We all get it? We all get it? Yes? Okay. We can't go back to the status quo, folks. All right. So, okay. Yeah. Yep, Mithril, a symptom and a simpleton, right? A symptom and a simpleton. Absolutely. 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 Okay. Okay. Elks19. Hello, Elks19. Elks19 says, I don't know if I've said this on here, but my vote is y'all tear it down and empower the Black and Indigenous legal groups who've been fighting the system forever to build the foundations of the future. I think I agree with you in principle, Elks. I'd have to hear more about what you mean. I'd have to hear more about what you mean, but I think I agree with you in principle. If you mean like those groups should be the only ones making decisions for the country, I'm not quite sure what you mean. We definitely need more input from minority groups and things like that, okay, that are being left out. But it's mainly, I think we need a working class uprising, right? We need the working class, the people who labor for a living, and rather than all these elites that are destroying everything to be in charge. But I'd have to understand what you mean more there, Elks, okay? Okay, you're right, Mike Lopez. You're right. You get publicly executed for legally protesting, but not for, not for, for doing that to children. Absolutely. And guys, can we agree? I'm going to put my face up here for a second. Can we all agree that, like, we need some accountability? And I know I'm a bit angry. Maybe I'm being a bit harsh, but like, can we make these elites afraid of us a bit? Like, I'm all for maybe a little bit of fear. Right? Because right now we don't have a democracy, right? We have an oligarchy where a small group of people basically control everything, and they're getting away with it. They're getting away with it. They are literally using our children as sexual chattel, and things like that. And we're just like, that's fine, no problem, no problem. If we are to have an elite, I'd rather we don't. I'd rather we really cap the amount of money a person can have and completely get rid of their ability to influence our political system, because we should be making the decisions. The people should be, not these elites. At the very least, can we make them terrified of what will happen to them if they do these things? I would love that, because I am sick of being nice, okay? I think in this country, we are a bit too nice to people. Like especially elites. We need a more muscular democracy, all right? the people need to take charge a little bit, and we need to bring down the hammer, okay? I don't think it pays to be nice at this point, all right? And yeah, Tisha, yep, I'm over capitalism too, and while I am a socialist, you know, I'm not doing this stream, I'm not doing this channel to promote that. I'm doing this channel to promote anti-fascism. So if we can't do like what I ultimately want to do, can we at least make the elite scared to death of us? Maybe literally to death, okay? Like, we need a muscular democracy, okay? Like, we should not have mercy on those who seek to undermine the democracy. And I'm talking the elites. This country should be run by us, not by them. Okay? I love it. And can we also perhaps have like some kind of accountability, some sort of public humiliation for these people, right? Anyone who, for example, helped the Trump administration arrest people and report it on their neighbors and shit should maybe have a public tribunal where they're humiliated in front of their communities. I'd be very happy with that. Okay. Hey, I'd like that, LOL. I'd like if Jon Stewart ran for president, okay? That'd be, I think, worth gay. Elk says, not only ones, but center them. They understand the system is broken and have great understanding about who continues to be left behind with each societal. Hey, that's fair, Elks, all right? Okay. Yeah, I agree. Yeah, there you go. We need a bunch of bonks there, body swap. Okay. Yeah, I know, HDMS. I didn't say that, but you said it. So, guys, I'm sick of it. I don't know about you. Why do you think I'm wearing a jester hat? I'm losing my goddamn mind. Well, it's also because jesters used to criticize kings and shit, and so that's what we're doing here. But, dear God, it's almost comically bad. It's almost comically bad. All right, folks, let me do a brief bit of self-promotion here. If you like my content, please join our Discord community. It's a fast-growing community linked at the top of the YouTube chat, and the Twitch chat is a link to our Discord. Please join our Discord. If you do, you can recommend things for us to this community to react to, and you can join our lovely little community, which has a great conversations. It's a very fast-growing community. Highly recommend it. It's a great community. I'm not just saying that. You guys can see it's a great community. We have lots of open discussions about shit. Okay. Yeah, Jennifer, it's completely backwards. Okay. So please join our Discord community. If you like my content overall, you can become a member on YouTube for as little as 99 cents a month. That's right. Just 99 cents a month, and support what I do here. If you're over on Twitch, if you have Amazon Prime, you can become a subscriber for free and send me some of Jeff Bezos's money. I would love that. Then you don't have to see ads. Okay, how dare you, DJ? Okay, and what else? Oh, also, if you want to send me money, you can send. I have a Buy Me a Coffee, which is also linked at the top of the chats. Or if you want to use this QR code right here, you can send me a Buy Me a Coffee there, which I would deeply appreciate. If you send me $5 or more, I will send you a personalized video response, which will probably be deeply insulting, but that's what I do. I'm a jester. And or you can just send me a Buy Me a Coffee otherwise, or you can send me super chats on YouTube or bits on Twitch. Deeply appreciate all of you. Deeply appreciate all of you as I try to be able to do this long term. Okay, for do this full time for a long time, if that makes sense. Okay, so that's good news. Don't we like that? Okay, how dare you, everyone in chat? How dare you? How dare you copy that one troll's message? How dare you? Okay. By the way, I hate my community. They're always mean to me, and they're always mean. So you know what? It's time for me to pass out boops. Who wants a boop? Virtual violence, you don't get a boop. Trump failed, you get a boop. Boop. Who else wants a boop? Cody gets a boop. Boop. LaCroix gets a boop. Boop. Anyone else want a boop who isn't being an asshole? Okay, nothing for Matt Saiga. Oh, Cody, I shouldn't have given one to Cody. LaCroix shouldn't have gotten one. Dolly Boy doesn't get one. A Mad Scene gets a boop. Boop. Alyssa, you get a boop. Boop. TJ gets a boop, even though TJ's a liar and don't listen to anything TJ says. Boop. Body Swap gets a boop. Boop. Mike Lopez gets a boop. Boop. All the new people. Any new people want a boop? You want a boop? Jennifer Kirklandman gets a boop. Boop. Let's see here. SoCal gets a boop. Boop. Retro Asher gets a boop. Boop. All right. We're good. Everyone happy now? Oh, shut up, Lacroix. Don't encourage it. All right. Did I miss anyone who deserves a boop? Do I miss anyone who deserves a boop? Anyone? Okay, Macy gets a boop. Boop. All right. Where's Dolly Boy? Dolly Boy, I'm trying to see if I have an excuse to do a bromp on Dolly Boy. Dolly Boy gets a bromp. Bromp! I just stole your boop, Dolly Boy, because you're a traitor and a fool. Okay? Anyway, everyone else, though, gets one. All right? Anyone that I missed? LOL, you get a boop. Boop. Okay, guys. Now we got to go to the next. We get to go to the next. You also, Cody gets a bromp. Bromp. All right? Because I gave you a boop accidentally. All right, are we ready to move on? I did boop Asher SoCal. Everyone's been booped. Is everyone booped? Everyone happy with the boops? Okay, we got the next news item to discuss, right? Aren't you excited? It's always good news. Hello, Drusilla, you get a boop. Boop, even though I'm ignoring the milk thing. Cody, you're a goddamn traitor. Okay, so fine, Macy, reject my boop. Okay, it's the last one you'll ever get from me, Macy. Okay, let's go on to the next news story, shall we? On to the next news story here. So, okay, okay, another news story here. Yeah, right in that scene. I'm sure it'll be a great story. No doubt this story will not be bad news, right? Because we're living in a time of such good news every single day. Always good news out there, right? So the next story I wanted to cover here is the EPA regulations cut. EPA regulations cut. Now, okay, I know. It's kind of like, why are we talking about climate change and shit? Okay, why? How dare you, Mauser? We're not going to talk about Guthrie. Can I just say, I don't care. I know I'm an asshole. I don't care about all the Guthrie stuff. I don't give a shit. Like, yeah, I feel bad for her. I feel bad for this lady who's been abducted. People die and are abducted every single day in the United States. Why is the media so up in arms about this one lady being abducted while the whole world is falling apart around us? It almost seems advantageous to certain people to ignore that and only talk about this one wealthy lady's mother being abducted. Like, I get it. I feel bad for the lady. Please don't get me wrong. But I don't think it's like the main story we should be talking about at all. Okay. All right. Whatever. Maybe it could be like page 3 or 4 or 5 in the newspaper. Right? Yeah, there's always some lady that's been abducted that we need to get hyper-focused on while our pockets are being picked, while the pedophiles in office are controlling everything. Like, can we... Okay. It goes back to what I said before about worthy and unworthy victims. The media has a sense of people that are worthy to talk about as victims and people who are unworthy to talk about as victims. Clearly, right now, we have a worthy victim in this woman, despite all the unworthy victims out there. Okay, so let's talk briefly about this. All right, no, not this. Well, we'll talk about it in a second. I've got to go down the page to find it. Okay, shit. Where is the shit? Okay, well, did they get rid of the story? It looks like they got rid of the story because, of course, I'll find a different one here. So, okay. The Trump administration has now completely defamed the EPA, the Environmental Protection Agency. The Environmental Protection Agency, okay? EPA. Let's see the news. All right. So what you guys have to know here, right? What you guys have to know is that the EPA has overturned the EPA has overturned a formal 2009 scientific finding that greenhouse gas emissions are a threat to human health and welfare. So, basically, that they have decided to get rid of a scientific finding that showed that greenhouse emissions are a threat to the planet and a threat to our survival. Yay! All right. Why does this matter? It's like, who cares? Who cares? Really, I mean, who cares? Okay, so, okay, not really. All right. So why does this matter? It's the Trump administration's most direct effort yet to rip out climate regulations, root and branch out of our government, okay, and make it harder for a successor to impose new ones, okay? So the endangerment provides the legal underpinning for controlling heat-trapping gases under the Clean Air Act and reflects scientific agreement that global warming poses major risks. But the EPA's move will face immediate litigation. So they're going to be challenged in court, but they're trying to make it so that if they get rid of this ruling, then the EPA will no longer have to regulate greenhouse emissions, which is sort of the last thing we want, folks, because we're on the verge of climate catastrophe, all right? So the rescission came along with a separate rule that repeals CO2 standards for cars and trucks. So guys, our cars and trucks now can just pump out as much CO2 as they want. Who cares? Just, pump them out, pump out as much CO2 into the atmosphere as possible. Why not, right? It's a free country. Might as well kill the planet and kill all of us. I mean, the planet will be fine. It'll just be us that go extinct, right? So in that way, it's not that big of a deal. All right. Ugh. Okay. Love it. So by extension, the conclusion could bring challenges to future emission controls on power plants and other big industrial sources. Yay! All right. So EPA last August issued the proposal that Administrator Lee Zeldin called basically driving a dagger into the heart of the climate change religion. Oh my God, that's funny. They're calling climate change a religion now. I mean, I guess scientific evidence. I wish religion meant scientific evidence, but apparently, but it doesn't. So I'm afraid that it's not a religion. It's just a scientific fact. So, and by the way, guys, not just a threat to the United States. This is a threat to the whole goddamn planet. So don't we love that for us and the planet, that we're just dismantling all these climate regulations at the same time? I know I keep saying this, that a group of pedophiles is in charge of the country. They keep killing people in the streets. They're throwing people into concentration camps, and we're all struggling to survive economically. Yay! Ha-ha! Woo! All right. It really is, Louise. It really is like the film Don't Look Up, which I really like that movie. I recommend everyone see it. Okay. Good. God, I wish there were alcohol in this coffee. Jesus, I need some goddamn alcohol to get through this. Okay, so there's that. There is that. By the way, guys, if we get 2 more super chats or 2 more donations of 200 bits or more on Twitch, I will put on the jester collar. Okay, just to be clear. So we do have a goal there. I forgot to mention that. All right. So let's go on, shall we? So that's another piece of news I want to... Dolly Boy, thank you very much. Thank you for the bits there, Dolly Boy. Dolly Boy just sent us enough bits for the jester collar. And I got to tell you, folks, I'm very hot. Very, very hot. No, I don't mean attraction-wise, okay? Though that is true. I'm actually, like, literally burning up, so I'm going to take off my shirt. No, I'm not going to be completely shirtless. I'm going to take off my sweater and then put on the collar, all right? So forgive me. Forgive me. Give me 1 second. Yeah, Matt, Scene, you get the slutty tank top. I have to because I'm getting very hot in this goddamn thing. And if I have on the sweater and the collar, I will definitely be sweating like a pig in a smokehouse. Okay, all right. Ugh. There we go. Jesus, look at this whore outfit I have on. God, I'm such a little slut, aren't I? I'm so naughty. I'm so naughty, guys. All right. Okay. Here we go. Here. So now I got to put on the collar. There we go. The collar. I have to hide my shoulders because all of you are thirsty, and I need to make sure you don't see my skin. There we go. I got the jester collar now. Let's see here. Oh, I just accidentally put that on incorrectly. And now we have the hat. Yay, guys, yay. If we get 2 more super chats or contributions, thank you, Revolter. I will make sure to hydrate. If we get 2 more chats or contributions, we'll play a game, okay? Yay! No, 3 more. If we get 3 more, I'll play a game, okay? You want to play a game? Okay, guys. Okay, a mad scene, ha ha ha. The audio of look at my whore top. Let's put my collar on. Gives me flashbacks to nights out in Berlin. Join the club, a mad scene. Okay, guys. So let's go on here. We got other stuff to talk about. So there's that horrific thing, by the way, the climate change stuff. I know I'm very white, Drusilla. I'm sorry. I know I look like Casper the Ghost. I'm like blindingly white. I'm so sorry about that. Okay, I'm so sorry about that. Shield your eyes, folks. I know the glare is overwhelming. All right, you guys. So let's go over here. The next thing I wanted to show you, I'll hydrate. Oh yes, thank you, Revolter. I'll hydrate. Meowsword, if you gaze too long into the abyss gaze back. Hilarious, Meowsword. All right. Okay. So that was another good story, okay? Isn't that fun? Are we all happy now? We all happy with the horrors out there in the world? Any other news stories we should talk about? Is there any other news stories you guys would like to talk about? There's other things. Well, you know what? Let me pull up my X account, right? Because, there are some other things for us to talk about. That are relevant. Let's talk about a few other things here. All right. So, more horror out there. Yay, yay. All right. By the way, guys, also, how about this? Every donation we get of $2 or more, you get to choose a color for another one of my nails. Because I still have 5 nails that need to be painted. So if you give me $2 or more, I will paint one of the nails with the color of your choice, okay? All right, there we go. Anything for the bit, folks. Anything for the bit. I want your money! Okay, I'm sorry. You know that's not... Come on, guys. Come on. All right. So, let's go on here. Let's see what we got here. So, in the meantime, guys, a note here. Congress is Congress is attempting to pass a bill called the SAVE Act, which will make it a lot harder for people to vote. All right. On a note here, okay, this bill that they're trying to pass will make it so you have to, in order to vote, you will need to have a passport or a birth certificate. Okay. And I want to point out that about 1.46 million Americans don't have a passport. And by the way, a passport costs money. So to an extent, this is a poll tax. This is an attempt to make people to pay to vote, okay? And so 40 million eligible voters do not have access to a birth certificate, which also I'm pretty sure, does that cost money to get to? I'm not quite sure. I think to get a copy of it, you do need to pay money. So that also kind of acts as a poll tax, all right? By the way, 69 million, yeah, I thought so in your groove. 69 million women, okay, $25, so it is a poll tax. 9 million women do not have a birth certificate that matches their legal name. So how are they going to vote if their IDs have a name that's different than what's on their birth certificate? And by the way, is it any coincidence that the people that would be most affected by this bill would be women who are typically more liberal than men, and minority groups who are typically more liberal, and young people who are typically more liberal? It almost seems like an effort at voter suppression, doesn't it? Don't we see that? Okay, so that's good. That's good. Again, yeah, only 5 states have enhanced real IDs. So, not good. So that's good. Yay. Yes, I did hear about that, Drusilla. I heard about how the daughter was killed, okay, by the father in that argument, okay? So that's fun. All right, I was going to say divorced and separated women. Yeah, too, also, divorced and separated women. Okay. Oh, Jonas, you're so silly. Jonas says, obviously the U.S. will provide help for those who can afford it. Hilarious, Jonas. Hilarious, Jonas. Okay, we all know that's not true. Yeah, the fact that the grand jury didn't indict is insane. Indict. Oh yeah. Oh yeah. That story. Okay. All right. So that's good. All right. So that's fun. Let's see what else we got here. Here we have this is Camilla Jayapal. I'm sorry, not Camilla
If you are
Jayapal.
willing,
What's her
please
name?
stand.
What is her name again? I forget her first name.
And if you are willing,
What's her first
please
name?
raise
Okay,
your
who knows?
hands if
So
you
this
have
is Representative Jayapal asking Pam Bondi a question, and I would like for all of us to hear it because there are some good quotes in here and shit. Let's watch. Okay, so Jayapal actually, I think she's the one that invited a bunch of Epstein survivors to this meeting. Pramila, not Camilla. What am I saying? Pramila Jayapal. God, okay. Pramila Jayapal asking Pam Bondi some questions during the hearing, right? Let's listen.
to the survivors in the room, if you are willing, please stand. And if you are willing, please raise your hands if you have still not been able to meet with this Department of Justice. Please know for the record that every single survivor has raised their hand. Attorney General Bondi, you apologized to the survivors in your opening statement for what they went through at the hands of Jeffrey Epstein. Will you turn to them now and apologize for what your Department of Justice has put them through with the absolutely unacceptable release of the Epstein files and their information?
That's good. Let's see what she does. I'm sure, guys, do we think she's going to do it? Do we think she's going to turn around and apologize? Because she's such a principled person. Of course she's going to do it, right? Of course she's going to do it because she's so principled, right? She's so principled.
Congresswoman, you sat before Merrick Garland sat in this chair twice.
Attorney
Squirrel.
General Bondi,
No, can I finish my answer?
No, I'm going to reclaim my time because I asked you a
Attorney General,
specific question
Attorney General
that
can
I would
respond to your
like
question.
you to answer, which is, will you turn to the survivors? This is not about anybody that came before you. It is about you taking responsibility
Right, Macy?
for your
It's
Department
enraging.
of Justice and the harm that it has done to the survivors who are standing right behind you and are waiting for you to turn to them and apologize for what your Department of Justice has done.
Members get to ask the questions, the witness gets to answer in the way they want to answer. The Attorney General can
That's
respond.
not accurate, Mr. Chairman.
Because she doesn't
It is
like the
my
answer.
time.
So,
Mr. Chairman,
why
I have asked
didn't she ask Merrick Garland this?
Why didn't she ask Merrick Garland this?
And when I
will
reclaim my
continue to
time,
answer.
it is
Mr. Chairman, the gentlelady's reclaimed
I'm
her
not going
time.
to get in the gutter for her theatrics.
The time belongs.
Oh yeah, well, says the gutter monster, the one who literally like lives in a gutter and like comes out of a gutter every night to eat and interact with humans. Yeah.
The time belongs to the gentlelady. The gentlelady has 17 seconds.
Thank you. You're not going to answer this question, so let me just
Chairman,
say
I'll
this.
direct it to
What a
you.
massive
No, I'm
cover-up.
answering a
Mr.
question.
Chairman, will you restore her time? The witness
I'm
is
not going to get in
interrupting.
the gutter with this woman.
Stop the
This
time
woman.
and let me have my time.
The gentlelady from Washington controls the time. The gentlelady has 17 seconds. You can proceed with your final
Thank you.
17 seconds.
What a massive cover-up this has been and continues to be. Donald Trump made the release of the Epstein files the center of his political campaign because he thought it would benefit him. Then you got into office, Attorney General,
Oh my
claimed to have
God.
a client list, only
Regular
to
order.
then say that there was no list. Your deputy,
time-
Todd
the time of
Blanche,
the-
met alone
Time of the
with
gentlelady
Elaine
has
Maxwell
the time of the
and
gentlelady has
transferred her.
expired.
Okay. So just another little note there, another thing, Pramila Jayapal. All right. That's fun. Like also, like she was also I know we talked about this a little bit. Hello, Asian Danny. She was also smiling a bit. Like during a lot, right, Asian Danny? Okay. She was smiling during a lot of these hearings, which was just kind of creepy and weird. Like, ha ha ha, sexual assault, ha ha ha. Yay, pedophiles that run the country. I'm so happy about it. He he he. Like, so that was kind of weird. That's kind of weird, I will say. That's a little weird. Now it's one thing if I do it because I'm a jester, but for her to do it is kind of weird, right? Like, a little weird there. So I think she's a sociopath, just a note there. If you guys didn't know, I think she's a sociopath. Okay, now I will say this. Let me see if I can find here. Here we have, I just thought this was cute. And guys, this may very well be AI made. I want to be clear here. It probably is AI, but I just thought it was kind of cool. I don't know if it is. I'm guessing it's AI, to be honest with you, but I just thought it was kind of cool. It's like an anime version of her sitting in front of Congress, and it makes her look like an evil villain. I apologize in advance if it is in fact AI, okay? All right.
アメリカ国民に説明できるかなぜお前は子供を人身売買し犯した数万長者を守
No, of course not, Meowsword.
っているのかなぜお前を人身売の儀式を犯した億万長者を守っているのか
了解事実を淡々と述べるトーンでダウ平均は今5万ドルを超えています S&P は7000部前ナスディックも過去最高を更新していますそれこそ話題にすべきことですそれがエプスタインのファイドと何の関係があるんですか本気ですか
Okay, anyway, it's just kind of funny. I like how they kind of paint her as this evil villain. It's cute. All right, that's it. That's it. Just a little note there. I like the anime kind of art style. I know it's probably AI. I know the music made it sound AI. I don't care. Screw all of you. There you go, a mad scene. Oh, really, Meowsword? Okay, that makes sense. All right. Druzilla, sorry for off-topic CR. Do you know? I do not, Druzilla. Maybe you should send me a video of theirs or whatever. I can look into it. Okay, so let's see what else we got here. Okay, let's talk a little bit about, this is another story coming out. So, basically, it turns out that the Justice Department is tracking every single Epstein file that lawmakers are looking at. So as lawmakers go to the Justice Department or whatever to look at the unredacted versions of the files, the Justice Department is tracking them, is tracking what they're looking at. Isn't that cute? So this is Nancy Mace talking about this, how they're being tracked, okay? So let's listen.
If we even read it. And I'm assuming, like, so I'm pretty tech savvy. I played around with the system. They're tracking every file that we open. And when we open it, they're tracking everything. And you can see the way that they're tracking you when you're logged in if you know where to look, like I do.
Really?
Mm-hmm. Yep.
How do you find that?
I know. It's gross that Nancy Mace is saying something interesting, right?
I don't want to say because then I want them to hide it.
Right.
But I can see how they're tracking us.
Wow.
So they give each of us a login with their name attached to it, and every single file that we open, regardless of if we even read it, every single file that we open, that file is tagged with our name. So they get the search history and the files that we opened. Everything.
How easy is it to even navigate the files?
Oh, I know, Alyssa.
It's like a Microsoft product. It looks like Microsoft from '95.
Meowsword, you're not wrong.
Yeah, it's actually kind of hard to navigate. So like Microsoft from '95 was kind of clunky to navigate. This system is clunky.
Windows 95.
And Windows 95, and it's clunky. But by the second day I went today, I kind of got it all figured out.
So they basically are tracking every file that these people open. And I think Meowsword might be right. I suspect that what they could do later is like, look, this lawmaker was looking at CP. They were looking at CP because they were looking at these files. Okay? Right. Yeah, Matt, there's other reports about it too, that they're being tracked. Okay? Yes, but guys, this is a DOJ department. So there were this isn't the only part of the story here. There are other reports coming out about how they're purposely tracking what the lawmakers are looking at and things like that. Okay? You'd suspect that lawmakers would be able to look at what at files without the Justice Department keeping a record of who's looking at what files. There's regardless. Okay. All right. So let's see here. Here we go. So here we go. So Jayapal said about AG this is, if you notice here, so Bondi actually had a bunch of files, or like she had a binder full of information about the lawmakers that were interviewing her or were asking her questions. And Jayapal said about Attorney General Bondi's binder, Jayapal Pramila search history. So she literally had a document that had the search history of each of the lawmakers in the Epstein files, okay? So she actually had printed out the search history that these lawmakers looking into these files, okay, when she went in to get questioned by Congress, which is kind of dark. Now, I know obviously the government monitors us all the time, so it's only fair that they also monitor the lawmakers. I mean, it's not fair. You see what I mean? But, oh, of course it's legal, Jonas. It's very legal. I'm sure it's very legal, right? No doubt they say it's legal. But yeah, isn't that fun? Because the executive branch is out of control. It has been for a long time. Not that our legislative branch isn't out of control, but isn't that fun? You can even see it here on this image that she has this document that has the search history of, okay. Yay. Isn't that good? All right. So that's good. Some other stuff here. Here is a bit of a palate cleanser, okay? I've seen this before. I saw it in my history class once. This is just sort of a palate cleanser, guys. I think you guys will appreciate it. So during the civil rights movement, especially when black and white activists were trying to break segregation by going into whites-only establishments and whites-only restaurants in a form of protest, one of these activists went into one of these restaurants, and for the first time, he got to eat some food from this whites-only establishment that he had never been able to eat before, okay? And this was his reaction to it. I just think it's funny, okay? So here we go. Everyone, listen, this is sort of a palate cleanser.
When I was finally served at that counter, I thought it was by far one of the lousiest meals I ever had, and asked myself the question, is this what I put my life on the line for? But remember, it wasn't about the food anyhow. It was about being treated as a fellow human being.
Reactions, Drusilla. So he's like, well, I did end up getting the food, but it was horrible food. And it's like, this is a waste. What a waste. Like, why did I risk all this for this food? And he's like, well, I guess it's for the principle, but not exactly like it's good food in these places. Anyway, I just thought that was funny. All right. I just thought it was funny. Some Southern lunch counter food. Probably not, doesn't have that much spice in it, folks. I gotta tell you. All right. Okay, yeah, he is like, they segregated us, but they left us with the good food. Yeah, okay. I just thought that was hilarious. Okay, because I gotta tell you, it's kind of true, folks. It's kind of true, and I know I'm saying this as a white guy from the Midwest. A lot of Midwestern food from, I guess you could say, I don't like racializing stuff, but of European descent is not that great. So, okay, anyway, it was just kind of funny. I thought you'd all find that amusing. All right. So some other things here. Another kind of, another thing here that's kind of a palate cleanser, all right?
If you're straight.
Here we got this guy, right? Do we remember this guy? This is the guy who famously said, what was it he said about gay people? Oh yeah, he was interviewing, I know, Matsine, don't worry. Us Americans and English folks, we have the shared cultural trait of having pretty bad food. I gotta tell you, okay? But I love you for it, Matsine. We also have the trait of being separated by a common language, okay? Anyway, so this guy, do we remember this guy? Yeah, hey, look, okay, yeah, mashed potato, but yes, Tisha, yeah, like mashed potatoes are good. You know, they're fine, right? They're fine, especially if you add a lot of butter, some milk to it and stuff. It's good. But come on, Tisha, you know what I mean. There's a lot of the food kind of has a similar flavor. You need a little spice once in a while, right? A little spice, a little bit of a mix-up. But yeah, there's some exceptions to this rule, okay? There's some exceptions to this rule. Well, Cody, okay, guys, I know that this is the most important thing, Cody, for us to be talking about right now. But Cody says British food mostly sucks, but we have some good foods. Yeah, guys, I've been to London. I've been to London. London has a great food scene. Even some of the English food there is really good. Okay, but admittedly though, like a lot of English food is kind of mid. I gotta tell you. I don't mean that as an insult. I'm an American. I have nothing to complain about, right? My food is horrible, right? The food we have here is like Cheez-Its or whatever. My point is, though, is that I think we do have a bit of an issue in our culture. We need to work on that in our cultures, okay? Our cultures are culinarily inferior. I'm just going to say it. English and American food, our culinary heritage is inferior to other cultures, all right? We need to sort of spice it up a bit, all right? We are barbaric when it comes to our food, right? We're dirty culinary savages, and we need to become civilized, all right? I'm just saying, with all the love in the world, to my English friends out there and to my American friends out there, okay? And Drusilla, don't get me started on, you know what, Drusilla, I could extend this to Norway too, okay? I could extend this to Norway too. Norway also has a bit of culinary inferiority, all right? I've just got to say, this is, yeah, well, it could be both, Mithril, could be both. Okay, yes, yeah, that's fair. That's fair, Clumsy Mumsy, okay? I'm just saying, yeah, Drusilla, Norway also has inferior food, okay? Yeah, don't let Tisha, you don't have to tell me, Tisha. All right. Okay, guys, I'm sorry. I don't mean to be doing culinary eugenics and a cultural hierarchy with our food, right? By the way, Irish food too. Yeah, lutefisk, Drusilla, let's admit it, lutefisk could use some help. Lutefisk could use some help. I see lutefisk and I almost feel like I need to cry. Like I automatically go, oh my God, that is so sad. And I don't mean to be mean when I say that, Drusilla. I'm just saying, all right. Okay, let me say something. I once dated a guy from Colombia, and it ruined my palate for a lot of Midwestern food, okay? Like, we are missing out on a whole world of spices, okay? No, I will hate on the Irish food. I will hate on Irish food, Fox Emblem. How dare you? All right, okay, shh, SoCal. All right. It's exactly, Jonas, we're not known for much. All right, okay. No, LaQual, you're wrong. Okay, guys, anyway, moving on. So this is the guy from the memes who famously said, no, Lois, so I don't want to hear about don't get me started on Russian food and Near Eastern food, if you want me to use a sort of racialized term. Don't get me started on that. I'm trying to be nice about my discrimination. Don't get me started on food from over there, Lois. So you know it's just as bad as like the lutefisk. Okay. Anyway, so here we got, I'm sure, Drusilla, right? I mean, Fox Emblem, I disagree. I think that's fake news, Fox Emblem. Okay, all right, okay, I know, Tish, trust me. Anyway, guys, moving on. Do we remember this guy? This is the famous guy who said that, this is the guy who famously did an interview where he's like, what did he say? Like the gay thing? He's like, let me find him again. What has he said? Why are you gay? All right. Okay. This is the clip. This is a famous clip.
We bring in the studio this morning.
Okay.
One of the
Here's the original clip so that you guys understand what's funny about the following clip, okay?
Rights activist, Mr. Should I call you Mr? Pepe Julian Onzima. Thank you for coming in.
Thank you for
Good morning.
Morning to you.
Why are you gay?
Who says I'm gay?
You are gay. You are a transgender.
What shows that I'm gay?
You are a transgender, yes, and you're a gay rights activist and an outspoken lesbian, homosexual. How can I describe you? Now we're looking.
Why are you gay? Okay.
Looking at the raging debate, you're a gay rights activist. Why should someone be gay? You're having a girlfriend.
Yes.
Do you perform the natural obligations?
What does that mean? Okay, we all know what that means.
I'm not sexually active right now.
So what are you doing with this lady?
By choice.
By choice?
Yeah. I've chosen not to engage.
Doesn't that make you gay?
What do you mean, doesn't that make me gay? I am male and attracted to a female.
Yeah, Tish. I know. Guys.
So who is gay?
So who is gay? Okay, to be clear here, guys, to be clear, I will say a lot of okay, in Africa, it's different across the board, but a lot of homophobia in Africa actually comes from Christian missionaries from America. I'm not joking. So I want to be clear here. There is some amount, some folks in Africa do have a lack of knowledge in this regard, but a lot of them, a lot of folks in Africa have been sort of, okay, how dare you, Fox, have been propagandized by actually American missionaries. Regardless, I don't want you to judge Africans for this, all right? There are issues of colonialism and stuff. Regardless, okay, that's a funny thing. Well, just to show you that that guy is very self-aware. And I think since then, he's kind of been like, that was a mistake. Okay, that's okay, Jonas, go ahead and send it. He kind of, now years later, he's kind of realized his mistake and he makes fun of himself for this interview he did, okay? So here he is kind of making fun of himself. And I gotta say, I appreciate the guy, okay? I appreciate the guy that he's making fun of himself now, and he kind of realized he made a mistake and how he did that interview last time. So let's watch it, and hopefully you guys find it as amusing as I did, and we can give the guy some amount of kudos for publicly sort of making fun of himself, all right? Here we go.
So before I give you this job, I just want to check if you're straight or not.
Okay, so he's making fun of himself now, okay? He's making fun of himself. I appreciate it, right? I thought that was funny. Props to him for making fun of himself, right? And clearly, all right, he knows a lot more about stereotypes, right? Okay, it's just a joke, right? Yes, I know SoCal, but I appreciate him for kind of making fun of himself a little bit there, all right? We're done here. We're done here. Okay. I thought it was funny. Okay. Meanwhile, all right. Meanwhile, guys, some other things here that happened. I'm trying to see here. Right. I thought that was funny. Do we all think that was funny? I thought it was funny. Good for him. All right. For joking about that. Now, another thing here is, what was I going to say here? Now, what do we know about... yeah. Oh, another thing here. Let me just talk about this real fast. Okay, meh. Okay, fine, Drizella. Whatever. I hate you. Thank you, Cody. I thought it was funny too. All right. I thought it was funny too. But I know I don't like the guy either, Boo Brucey. Okay. Why are you gay-splaining? I know. God. Okay. I know, Drizella. I know. Okay, folks. Okay. Yeah, I'm not saying I like the guy. I'm just saying I thought it was funny. Okay, I thought it was funny. Hey, guys, thank you, Mithra. We gotta. Okay, it's not, he's making fun of himself. He's making fun of himself, Brucey. He's making fun of himself, okay? I'm a gay man. I thought it was funny. It doesn't mean it is funny. Okay. All right. So, moving on. This is, remember that the Democrats, our favorite political party, guys, our favorite political party, they ordered an autopsy into why they failed in the last major election, okay? Do we remember this? They ordered sort of an autopsy about what went wrong during the last presidential election, okay? Okay. Okay, SoCal, you thinking it was funny is funny because it doesn't mean it is funny. Oh, I know, SoCal, I know funny, okay. All right. So here we have... apparently, though, I didn't realize this. So they ordered this autopsy to figure out why they lost the last election. You know what, guys? I think that people, because they failed miserably, Brucey, they lost horribly to Donald Trump. And so in order to sort of appease people, they do, Brucey, they do. In order to appease people who were mad about their loss, they ordered this autopsy to try and figure out why they lost. Now, tell me in chat, guys, it's so obvious why they lost. There are so many basic reasons why they lost. List some of them in chat. Okay, list some of them in chat. The real reasons they lost. Tell me. Tell me. All right? Tell me why they lost. It's so obvious. Like, the reasons are so obvious, you basically don't even need to do an autopsy. Okay? Right-wing ideology and me. No, I'm talking about the Democratic Party. What did they do wrong? They didn't address voter concerns. They didn't connect with the electorate. Okay? Kamala was not a good candidate. All right. Kamala was not a good candidate. They surrendered. Okay. Oh, how dare you, Lois? Okay. They did things like get Dick Cheney to endorse, and then they viewed that as a positive thing. They catered to the center. All right. They just kind of yelled at the Republicans, but then didn't do anything for the people. All right. Like, it's obvious they didn't offer anything to people. They're just like Trump bad. They really flopped on Israel and Palestine, for example. Okay, they did nothing. They were okay. As always, all right. They were deeply incompetent. So even though, yep, you're right, TJ, she didn't appoint a guy, and she said it was because he was gay. Literally, she's like, that would be politically bad because he's gay. All right. Okay. So anyway, they barely fought. They were incompetent about it. Jonas, that is another reason. Jonas said, but what about the Beyonce endorsement? Now, Jonas is joking. The point being that they were focusing like, look how we got to endorse us. Beyonce didn't endorse us, okay? Brucey, honestly, I don't care. The Republicans do cheat. They cheat a whole bunch. And so why then, Brucey, if the Republicans are cheating? This sounds bad. And if you mean that the Republicans are like lied about stuff publicly, that doesn't mean that you should then go, okay, then we won't lie. We won't be manipulative like the Republicans. We will lay back and let them lie as much as we want. We will be principled. That is weakness. That is political weakness, okay? So I'm sorry, even if the Republicans manipulated the situation, the Democrats failed to manipulate back. I know that sounds dark, okay? They failed. They were deeply incompetent, okay? Anyway, so what's funny though is that they said that they would do this autopsy. You know what's funny? Despite them doing this autopsy, they have refused to release the autopsy to the public. So, like, even though there's probably nothing in there that will affect us at all, because we all know the reasons they lost, and their incompetence is obvious to anyone who has a brain and has eyes, they still don't even want to release the autopsy they did. Now, why might that be? Why do you think they don't want to release the autopsy? Because what they would really do is that they would stop caring about their donors and they would start doing left-wing change, okay? They would start promoting left-wing ideas like universal health care and going after the elites and doing a Bernie, right? And I would bet that this autopsy they did figured that out, and now they don't want to admit it because they can't admit that they're beholden to their donors, all right? They're beholding, they don't want to admit they're beholden to their donors. They don't want to have to change strategies because they think that they need to constantly do what the corporations tell them in order to maintain relevance. That's my theory, and it's funny, all right? It's funny to me because they're just going to keep shooting themselves in the foot over and over and over and over again. They're going to keep doing character assassination against Democrats who are promoting populist policies. They're never going to fix anything, which is why I'm saying what we need, guys, is major reforms because the Democrats are hopelessly corrupt. And I don't know, and when I say these things, I get pushback from people, but I don't know why so many quote unquote liberals are so obsessed with the Democratic Party. It's like a cult. They have failed over and over and over again. And yet liberals always have an excuse for it. They always blame the Republicans. They blame racism. They blame misogyny. Like, look at yourselves. Look at yourselves. Do we remember that, who was it? Was it The View? After Kamala Harris lost the election, I think it was either The View or CNN. There was a liberal on there who said, Kamala Harris ran a perfect campaign. It was perfect. No reason she should have lost. If it was perfect, she wouldn't have lost. I don't understand. And they'll blame the people, Mithril. They'll be like, well, the reason Kamala lost is because the populace is racist. the reason Kamala lost is because the populist is misogynistic. Okay, well, you know what that implies? And this is what I don't like about this. You know what that implies? I guess that means we should never run a woman or a black person. Because if the reason we're losing is because of that, doesn't that imply, well, then we shouldn't run a black person or a woman, which I completely disagree with. Maybe we need to change our strategy, okay? Maybe we need to change what we do as opposed to thinking that it's just because of who the person we're running is. I don't care if they're black. I don't care if they're a woman. I don't care, right? Maybe we need to do a different approach in our strategy, which would be to stop bowing like slugs to the donors and start doing populist left-wing change. That's the only thing we haven't tried yet. That is the only thing we haven't tried yet. Okay? The only thing we haven't tried yet is left-wing populism. I'm sorry. I know I get angry about this. I just don't understand why because they're bought off. I know they're bought off. Okay, but what impact would that have on the Dow? Madsen, I hate you, Madsen, right? Oh my God, okay? God, I just can't, like, yeah, they just like the status quo. They do. They're just like the status quo. Why do you think people were voting for Trump? They voted for Trump because he gave the impression that he was against the status quo. Now, he is the status quo. He's the embodiment of the status quo. He is the swamp. But at least he presented himself as being a populist, anti-establishment person. The Democrats refuse to even fake it. Oh my God. Okay. Yeah, it's a uniparty, Tisha. And all right. It's driving me crazy, all right? It's driving me crazy. Okay. So, all right. But of course, they're not going to release what the report is, okay? They're not going to release the report. All right, you guys. So, some other stuff here. First of all, guys, I need to pee, okay? I need to pee, right? I need to urinate. I'm going to go urinate. In the meantime, guys, please stay around. We'll talk some more when I get back. I have a little presentation for you. I'm excited to give it to you. And we also have some reactions to do from Discord. So no, TJ, it's not time to revolt. I will see what all of you do while I'm gone. I'll be right back. I just have to go empty my bladder, okay? It's biological necessity. I don't want to piss my pants. How dare you, Cody? Okay, I'll be right back, guys. See you in a bit. Give me 1 second here. Let me set it up because I know you guys are sensitive and you need music. You need music. Otherwise, you will lose your cool and you will start revolting as always. All right, let's do this here. Let's do this. Okay. Bye-bye.
In the dark haze, polarized gaze, trying to find my way to you. Where the spaces can't erase this, you're the feeling that I choose. I'm tired of running, 'cause you lost the feeling. You're disconnected in your touch. Are you believing in what I'm seeing? Or did the high life get too much? It's all on you now. You're tired of running, 'cause I lost the feeling. We're disconnected in our touch. Are you believing in what I'm seeing? Or did the high life get too much? It's all on you now to figure out how. You lost the fire in your eyes, 'cause I can't change it. What you're wasting now that your gaze is polarized. You lost the fire in your eyes. It's all on you.
People don't let them talk, only the text. Many times they give up on each other, go next. Fear being cast out, not that complex. We only need to realize and need embodied breath for us and not fear the barrier around ourselves. Same ideology for writing many tracks. Give one point that would say otherwise. It's only in a discipline and not a bigger price. So when I picture you cry on my shoulder, this might be the biggest.
Hello, everyone. I'm back. I had a lovely urination. Oh my God. Do you know that feeling when you empty your bladder and it's like, oh my God, sex, this, sex has nothing on this feeling. Okay. So anyway, how's everyone doing? How's everyone doing? All right. I mean, unless you have a kidney stone, in which case, well, for some people that might be. Anyway, doesn't matter. I'm getting off track here. How's everyone doing? Hi, Mayflower Kid. Welcome. Oh my God. Hello. Who did I just see? I thought I just saw someone else that I recognized. Who was that? Godspeed is back. Hello, Godspeed. Glad you're back. Oh, we missed you, Godspeed. We missed you. What do you mean you're you're not a psychopath? What do you mean, Godspeed? Okay, I mean, maybe you are. I don't know. I don't know you personally. Hello, TJ. Hi, guys. Drusilla, how dare you, okay? Drusilla, I don't like you anymore, okay? How dare you, all right? Go take your lutefisk and return back to raiding the European coast with your lawn chips, okay? What was I going to say? Okay. So, let's see here. Okay. Some things to talk about. We have a couple options here. Should we do let's do some reactions. Nothing, Meowsard. You're going to make fun of me, Meowsard. You're not going to, Meowsard, how dare you? I know I'm going to get fat. I know. It's fine. I know. I'm going to get fat. I'm going to become nutty and fruity. Oh, I just got it, Meowsard. That's funny. Okay. There's probably a reason for that, Drusilla. Okay, I'm sorry, Drusilla. I'm being so ethnocentric. I'm so sorry. Okay. Can we plug Can we plug people for you to watch? Yeah, absolutely, Brucey. If you join the Discord, you can actually in the Reacts channel just post other creators and stuff, post their videos, and I will maybe even react to them on stream. Okay. Louise has been getting sassy recently. Louise has been getting very sassy, okay? How dare you, Louise? How dare you? Okay. Okay. I don't know what Louise is on. Okay, I don't know what Louise is up to. Okay. What was I going to say? Okay, some things we can do. We could either, yes, I have watched Sean, Jonas. Yeah, because it tastes like soggy ass. There we go, Drusilla. I'm glad you know. So, you never sent me those criticisms from yesterday. Oh, I'll get to it, Cody. Guys, that's something else. And Cody, I'm not saying this because of you. I feel bad. You have to understand, because I have like running conversations with like several people, okay? I got London in my DMs. I got TJ in my DMs. I got Cody in my DMs. I got SoCal in my DM. Okay, like I have like multiple conversations running. So I have Matt Sy guy in my DMs. I'm not saying that as I'm not trying to like actually point out people. Okay, I'm just making the point here. I'm sorry if I don't get back to you right away. I'm like having a lot of conversations with different people, and sometimes I have to take a break from answering people and things like that. So I apologize, but I will get to that, Cody. It might take a few days, but I'll get to it. Okay. Okay. Yeah, I know. I always say hello to people, Cody. Okay. No, Aaron in the DMs worth noting. TJ, what are you suggesting, TJ? You interested? Okay. SoCal, us in your DMs, right? I know, Drizilla. Yeah, okay. Haven't been in your DMs for weeks, right? So anyway, so I apologize, Cody. I will get to you though, okay? I promise. I just sometimes I'm slow about it. All right. So some other things for us to talk about, right? Hello, Sylvie. So glad to see you here. What would we like to do? We have some options. One, you can be in my DMs, Alyssa, anytime. All right. So we can either do some, you know what? Let's see what we got for reactions. I could talk about cultural materialism, but let's see here. I'm going to see what reaction videos we have to look at. Oh, this looks good. LaCroix. Oh, that looks good too. Outer Signal. Are you here, Outer Signal? You know, we'll wait because I want Outer Signal to be here first to watch this. LaCroix sent a good one.
Peanut butter, jelly, and bread.
Oh, these are. Well, that might be a good one too. Ooh, there's some good ones in here. How to resist an alien invasion. That's funny. Getting anti-abortion people to feed children. Interesting. Okay. Let's watch this one. So this is a video. Oh my God, this looks good too. Mr. King K, are you here?
All right, guys. So
our Mr. King K, I know LaCroix is here. You're here, LaCroix. Oh, interesting. Yeah, you can be prescribed lithium there, Sylvie. Oh, you're fine, Mayflower Clid. Marcus just yells at people on the Discord. You're fine. Well, which one is it, Brucey? Are you gay or are you straight? You have to be one or the other. There's no such thing as bi people. I'm just kidding, Brucey. It's all on a spectrum. It's all on a spectrum. Okay, you can be a little bit gay, a little bit straight. You can be bi. Okay, LaCroix's present. Then we'll go with LaCroix's video. Okay, it's whatever you want. Okay, it's whatever you want. Am I gay or an ally? Okay. How dare you, Sir Bartholomew, call me straight? I am extremely gay. Okay. How dare you, Dolly Boy? Bi people don't exist. They're a myth made up by corporations. I'm just kidding. They're real. So I am very gay. I am gay. I am literally gay, Brucey. Very gay. All right. So let's do this. Oh, that's cool, Brucey. That's kind of hot. Okay. You sound super masked there, Brucey. Okay, I'm sorry. I don't know why I'm being weird. All right. So let's go. So here we go. Let's go here. Let's do this. Okay, that's fair. So here we got this. Let's do this. So this was sent to us by LaCroix. This is a video about grocery prices. Now, before everyone tunes away, because, okay, I am being a spoiler now. Why are Marxists reactionary about sexuality? I know it was different during their time and Nazis more gay. Yeah. Okay, so this is a good question. Let me explain this. Yeah, we're gonna watch more Perfect Union. Okay, so to explain that, I've actually talked about this briefly before. I am not real. I got to tell you guys my theory about this. Yeah, a lot of Marxists and Marxist countries or communist countries have been pretty homophobic. Part of it is that a lot of these movements were working class, and working class people have often had a sort of sense of toxic work masculinity linked with gender. Okay, that's part of it. Another thing is that this stuff really isn't addressed, okay, in Marxism. Homosexuality really is not addressed in Marxism. It just isn't. So what that opens the door for is that in in societies that start trying to implement these things, cultural biases that already exist get integrated into it. So like the Soviet Union was pretty homophobic in a lot of ways. China today is pretty homophobic. That's not because of Marxism or communism. It's because that was already sort of a cultural trait. And, you know, it doesn't fit. Marxism really doesn't say much about it. Does that make sense? Okay. So it's just an unfortunate thing. It's one of the actual, well, we can actually talk about this. Yeah. Okay. No, I am not. You know what I mean. I am not unreal, right? And it's sort of weirdly enough, I am unreal. You are saying working class or reactionary scum. No, but honestly though, the a lot of the idea of gay people being inferior was an attempt by the ruling class to divide the working class, but that wasn't addressed by Marxism because that idea was still kind of there. It's just something that still needs to be addressed. Let's put it this way, okay? Yeah, it's TJ. It's just it's a human flaw. As a matter of fact, I actually have a presentation for you guys that might be more yeah, you're right. So you're right. I am not unreal. I'm kind of exaggerating. China is not that bad. It's been getting better. But but they've been this way for a while and they've gotten better over time because they're humans, right? Over time it's gotten better, but it's not linked to Marxism, if that makes sense. Okay? Yeah. Exactly, guys. But Marxism does not directly address certain kinds of oppression. It just doesn't. And that's actually, and I know the lefties out there will get mad at me, it's just true that Karl Marx forgot some things in his analysis. And that doesn't mean he's the closest we've gotten to a Darwin of the social sciences. But it's not perfect. It's not a direct science. You know what? Before we watch this video, I actually had a presentation ready, and let's do that presentation real fast, okay? Because actually, this goes right into what we're talking about, okay? So let's do that first. This is actually a perfect timing, and then we'll watch Lacroix's video. So, guys, you didn't address the Nazi shtick. I'm sorry. Would you remind me? What did you say about the Nazis? I am not unreal. Okay. Okay. You know what? Godspeed. I'll let you handle that person. Okay. I don't want to. Okay. Oh, Nazis being gay. So the Nazis were not gay. All right. So there was a lot of homoerotic sort of, stuff. Okay. In the Nazis, I will admit it. Okay. There was a lot of homoerotic stuff. I even did a whole stream on this once. Oops. Where'd my face go? I even did a stream on this once about how like there was a lot of weirdly homoerotic stuff under the Nazis. There were some gay Nazis, but it should be noted that gay people were thrown in concentration camps and killed. Okay, but the hypermasculinity. You have to understand that homoeroticism is basically the idea of men should be in these fraternal orders, and like it's very gay. They all need to be shirtless and flexing and be in these fraternal orders and kept separate from women because men are better than women. And fraternity, like male strongness and togetherness, is super important under fascism. And the state wants you to be super hyper masculine and militant because that would make you ready for war. So there is a sort of homoeroticism, but it is not being pro-gay, if that makes sense. Okay. You see what I mean? All right. Yeah, a lot of the gay Nazis got purged during the Night of Long Knives. Absolutely. Okay. So, but yeah, if that makes sense. Okay. So let's talk, folks. Yep. The Night of the Long Knives, Brucey. There was a night called, yeah. Okay, so I am not unreal. Tell me about it. I gotta tell you, I am not real. There are a lot of tankies, and I know there might be some people who view themselves as tankies in here. I mean, like, super hyper masculinist tankies who don't like gay people. And that has more to do with the authoritarian aspects of being a Stalinist or a tanky than it does with Marxism. Because authoritarianism is often hyper-masculine, okay? And there's a view that is very old-fashioned, that comes from old ways of thinking about gender, that says that, like, being gay is like a bourgeois thing, okay? Is a bourgeois thing. It's not, it's a human thing. But yeah, a lot of tankies are, sorry to say this, morons, and think that, like, how the Soviet Union and shit handled stuff is all Marxism and is all orthodox Marxism. No, a lot of it is just leftover shit. Okay? So yeah. It's stupid, to be honest with you. Yeah, you're right, elevator lady. Fidel Castro initially was one of these sort of homophobic people, and then later in life he apologized. Okay? He goes, "Oops, I was wrong. I shouldn't have done that. That was not part of Marxism. It's a cultural thing." So yeah, Fidel Castro even admitted he made a mistake there. All right. Let's see here. Yeah, other groups are target units. Matt. Yeah, Madsine. He did. Yeah, he deserved it. He deserved it. Let's see here. Someone else said here. I'm sorry, guys. I feel like I missed a few comments here. Okay, I may have missed some things. Okay. Okay. All right. So, guys, what problem there, Godspeed? Let's talk a little bit about. Marxism here. Okay. Now, you all know I have no problem criticizing any ideology, and Marx had some issues with his ideology that modern day Marxists have worked to address. Let me see here. Where is this the right one? Is this the right one? Give me a second, guys. I think I opened the wrong one here. Here we go. Okay. So let's talk a little bit about this. Yesterday, we talked about dialectical materialism, all right? And please don't leave, folks, if you're like, oh no, okay, I don't want to do theory. But I'm going to try and make it simplified here, okay? Because it's important to just understand these things. I know theory isn't everyone's thing, but it's an interesting way to look at the world. And it can help you know a lot of good stuff. So hello, Mr. King. Hello, Mr. Kincaid. So here we go, all right? We talked about dialectical materialism, all right? And I feel like I didn't explain it very well, all right? So this was a Marxist idea. Dialectical materialism is this idea how do societies work, right? The idea, you're fine, Mayflower, trust me, it'll be interesting. So Marx said that societies have two parts. They have a base and a superstructure. The base of a society, and the most important part of a society, is the base, which is like the economy and how it runs. So the tools, machines, factories, land, and raw materials of a society, and then how those goods, how those resources are extracted from the environment, all right? So like, for example, capitalism is an economic system in a way of extracting stuff from the environment, all right? And capitalism was a way of doing that. Slavery is another way of doing it, where you have slave owners and you have slaves who do all the labor to extract that material from the environment. You see what I mean? And this way of exploiting the environment creates the superstructure of the society, which is art, norms about family, norms about the law, media, politics, science, okay? So for example, all right, like if you have a capitalist system, you might have a superstructural belief in heaven, because that makes it a lot easier. It makes it a lot easier to exploit people. If they think that this world doesn't matter, their exploitation in this world doesn't matter, all that matters is the afterlife, they might not resist their exploitation as much. So you might develop a culture that believes in heaven, right? You might develop a legal system if you have a capitalist system that is biased towards the property owners, the bourgeois, okay? So superstructure is like cultural beliefs, and the base is the material reality, the environment, how you take stuff out of the environment, and work and things like that. Does that make sense? And these two things interact with each other back and forth. It's called dialectical materialism. All right. And all right. So to an extent, these the base affects the superstructure, and then the superstructure affects the base. Okay. So that is a very simplistic way of looking at dialectical materialism. It's this back and forth between the superstructure and the base, and then there's an other dialectic here. Okay. So let's go on here. So just doing a quick summary of that. So society, that's how society is created. Our culture comes out of the base of our society, and then the culture then goes back and affects the base. Does that make sense? Okay. This next part here, I've already talked about this. There's a problem with this in every society, though, because if your base has people with different goals, right? So if you live in a capitalist society, you have workers and owners. They have different goals, right? Workers are trying to get as much money as possible for their labor, and owners are trying to get as much money as possible from the workers. So that causes a conflict. And over time, throughout history, there have been conflicts between people, which has resulted in major changes in the base and the culture of societies. Okay, so like, for example, we've talked about this. There were slavery and slave owners. They fought, and eventually a new reality came about where the base changed radically, and so culture changed radically, and you suddenly get serfdom. Then the lords and the serfs fought, and conflict. Over time, a new reality came about, and that reality was capitalism. Okay? So this materialism, dialectical materialism, also has conflict baked within it, which causes changes in society. So change in society is caused by conflict. Does that make sense? I know this is all very theoretical. Okay. And Marx's goal, okay, Mayflower Kid, I'm not saying this is 100% true. I'm just saying what Marx said here, okay? Marx's view here was that in the end, in order to end this conflict and this constant upheaval in society, you need to have a society where everyone's interests are essentially aligned, where you don't have conflict anymore. And you do that by having a classless society with no particular government, or that classless, stateless society, okay? And that's communism. And Marx has said that in order to end this conflict in the base, okay, you need to have a classless, stateless society, all right? And that would bring about the end of this conflict, okay? Do we get that? Does that make sense? So again, dialectical materialism is sort of the interaction between the economics of a society and the ideology of a society, okay? All right. So, and then over time, this is what it looks like through time, according to Marx. There are some problems with this, okay? There are some problems with this, okay? And I know, guys, lefties, you're going to yell at me. I'm telling you, though, I am a Marxist. I was literally in grad school. I was a neo-Marxist historian, okay? Okay. I learned a lot about Haz al-Din. Okay. So there are some critiques of this Marx's view of these things, all right? First of all, we could say it's a bit reductionist. Do we think that everything and every bit of oppression in a society goes back to class and working class versus bourgeoisie? You see what I mean? It's a bit reductionist. There are other forms and hierarchies of oppression that aren't necessarily linked to class. Tell me some of them in chat. What are some other forms of oppression that are not necessarily linked to class? Okay. So Jonas says, what about modern times where there's a lot of different industries? Exactly, Jonas. Okay. All right. Okay. One war, class war. Okay. But there are other things too, right? Misogyny. Okay. There is some gender oppression that goes on. Now, I think that the most, there you go, gender, yeah, okay. There's also racial oppression, and not everyone, indigeneity, and not all of this is fully linked to class. It just isn't, okay? Now, I think that it is important, okay? There you go, Godspeed. I mean, we all, trust me, Godspeed, I get yelled at a lot for this, okay? Physical appearance. I know that sounds strange, but you get advantage if you're attractive, okay? I'm just saying, right? Yeah, heritage, nepotism. Now, that could be more class, but we could talk about that, okay? Right. Displacement is literally settler colonialism, right? Okay. Women are barred from higher education or employment. Okay, yes. But overall, we could say that there's religious discrimination. All right. Like, we could talk about things that aren't necessarily linked to class. Now, does that mean I don't think that class is, I think that class is still the most important conflict, 100%. All right. But it is not enough to just address the class issue. All right. Okay. Okay. You understand that? But I think the most important thing we can do that'll be helpful to the most people is, in fact, address the class conflict. The next thing here, Marx was a European, all right? And these stages he talked about in terms of going through these stages of history is pretty Eurocentric. He kind of viewed things from a very European perspective, that all societies go through sort of a set of stages in this direction, okay? That's a pretty European thing. All right, thank you, Dolly Boy, for the 200 bits there, okay? It's a bit more complicated than that. It's not like a set. Societies don't necessarily go through set stages. To give you an example here, right? Japan, they started industrializing, but they kept a lot of their, now they don't really anymore, but they kept a lot of their feudal structures in place even after they industrialized. So, like, even after they went to capitalism, they still had a lot of feudal structures in place. Okay. There are societies in the world, like in Brazil, where you have a capitalist society, but then you have hunter-gatherer groups living on the fringes of society. All right. It is not one-to-one that people go through these stages. Sometimes you move around a bit. You don't always go straight through these stages. Like Russia, for example, arguably, and we could debate this, went to socialism and then went back to capitalism after it collapsed. Now, I know, guys, when I'm not talking about why that happened. I'm not talking about outside influence on why this happened, but it still is true that societies don't necessarily go through these stages, okay, in this direct way. All right. So it's a bit Eurocentric. He kind of had a bias towards Europe and how things happened in Europe. All right. Idealism. Okay. And this complaint, I don't necessarily, okay. The idea of a communist society is a bit idealistic. I personally, okay, yeah, I know, right? Wizard's Bread book, horrific, right? Welcome. I hope y'all are doing well despite the horrors of capitalism and fascism. Absolutely, absolutely, okay? Yes, comrade. So, and I know people are going to be like, you're not a socialist, you're criticizing Marx. I am definitely a socialist. I think class is the most important thing, all right? But yes, okay. It's a bit idealistic. I don't personally see us being able to live in a fully communist society anytime soon. I'm sorry. This is my partial issue here, is that ever since civilizations have existed, massive civilizations with tons of people in it, you've always had a state. I don't know how we could have a stateless society at this point with so many people living on the planet. But again, it doesn't mean it's not a good goal to aim for, okay? As close to communism as possible, fine, right? So it's a bit idealistic. It also assumes a lot of things, right? That these transitions would be easy, that in the end you have a stateless, classless society, that you'd be able to get everyone to agree. Okay. Does that make sense? Okay. Lastly, it's deterministic. It makes it seem like all these stages are destined to happen. Destined to happen. Okay. That, exactly, Mayflower Kid. Yeah. Yeah, Mayflower Kid. One of the assumptions of Marxism, by the way, is eventually you'll have the whole planet. There will be no states anymore, and the whole planet will be classless and stateless. Everyone will be united with no nationality under just being working class. We are so far away from not having nation states. Okay. So far away from not having nation states, I don't know how we'd ever get there at this point. All right. Wizard's Bread Book. I work in industrial automation. Okay. I work in industrial automation, and having experienced how much rent-seeking behaviors there is from bureaucracy, removing capitalism alone, I agree. Capitalism is very flawed. We need to get rid of capitalism. Okay. All right. So it's deterministic. Not every society goes through these stages. And like, guys, if you were to ask me, unfortunately, capitalism has lasted a lot longer than I would have guessed if I were around 100 years ago. Okay. Unfortunately, yeah, I'm just saying it might not be that we go through these stages in the way Marx said, and it might not be so deterministic. It might not automatically get there. Hey, elevator lady, you know I have revolutionary optimism. I'm just talking about how some of the flaws with Marxist thinking. I think we need to get rid of capitalism. I'm just saying we might need to sort of, I guess, alter our perspective on what comes next, knowing some of the flaws of Marx, if that makes sense, okay? He wasn't perfect, all right? So these are some of the main critiques. Reductionist, Eurocentric, idealistic, and deterministic, okay, of Marx, okay? Now, later Marxists edited this way of viewing the world, okay, and kind of perfected Marxism so that it does include a lot of the stuff that he may have left out, all right? And that brings us to cultural materialism, okay? There you go, elevator lady, you get it, right? Alter it based off of our material conditions, okay? All right? Yeah, I agree, right, Louise? Guys, let me point out, we need to get rid of capitalism, right? I don't want capitalism to exist anymore. I'm going to be called a terrorist now by the Trump administration for even saying that. But I'm just saying that we might need to anyway. My form of socialism is a co-op system, and I'm not sure whether or not they should be centrally controlled or it should be market socialism, but I think workers need to be owned by, companies should be owned by workers, okay? And then I think there are certain industries that should be collectively owned by the whole of society, like vital industries, like food, shelter, and shelter, or like electricity. I think all those should be owned collectively, and then other businesses and stuff can be owned like by the workers, okay? But I know we're far from that, and it's never going to happen, all right? Marx, you said Wizard's Bread books. Marx existed, exactly. He existed before the internet. Obviously, his predictions won't be 100%, but that doesn't hit exactly Wizard. Again, as I said, Marx is still the closest we have to a Darwin of the social sciences. He just is, okay? No, in your groove, healthcare should be owned collectively. I'm sorry, I forgot to add healthcare, okay? All right. So, that brings us to a different way of looking at things. And I've presented on this before, but guys, I really recommend that you try to look at when you can, try to look at the world through Marvin Harris's cultural materialism. I have found in my own, this is like a graduate school level thing, but I have found that it is one of the most useful ways for understanding society. And it is most commonly the most accurate in predicting what happens, okay? This is my opinion. Other academics disagree. But he edited this idea, okay? So Marvin Harris said that we have cultural materialism. All right, so let me zoom in on this. So at the very bottom of, for any society, you have to understand that there's an environment, right? You live in a certain environment. Like the Inuits live in a cold, wintry conditions. They're not going to be able to create the same sort of society as someone who lives in the middle of a desert. They are constrained by the environment they live in, right? So at the very bottom of a society, you have the environment. Then, and so that's the non-human part of a society, okay? The environment. Or for example, it's unlikely that someone living in a desert is going to invent an igloo, right? Because they don't have, it's going to melt. You see what I mean? So at the bottom, you have an environment. Then you start adding the human factors. The first human factor in a society is called what he called the infrastructure, all right? So you have the environment, and then you have humans, and those humans have an infrastructure. What does that include? That includes population. How many people do you have? How often do you reproduce? Do you have a lot of people? Do you have a little people? A few people? Okay. What technology do you have? How much? What technologies do you have? How much energy and goods are you able to take out of the environment? Okay. How much energy or goods are you able to take out of the environment because of the technology you have? Have you invented mass agriculture? Are you a hunter-gatherer? All right. And so the infrastructure is the very base of a society. It is, okay. A mad scene. You're being one of those lefties, okay? You're being one of those lefties. Just listen, okay? You're saying, okay, whatever. All right. So, that which is, and this is the base of a society. Any change in the base of the society, so any mass change in the population of a society, in the technology of a society, or anything like that will have massive impacts on the rest of the society. It's at the base, okay? So the infrastructure is very important. The next part of a society, which is on top of the infrastructure, is the social structure. How do humans organize the resources that they take out of the environment? Okay? So how do humans, after you have taken those goods out of the environment using your technology, how do you distribute those goods? How do you organize them? Who gets to decide where those goods go? So this is where you get capitalism. In a capitalist society, the bourgeois, which is the owning class, gets to decide what to do with those resources and how to distribute them and how to sell them and where to send them. The market also decides it, okay? So again, infrastructure is the bottom. Then you have the social structure, and this also includes the family. How do you structure family units? Who gets to decide what happens inside of a household? Is it a man? Is it the woman? Do they decide collectively? Okay. So the social structure also decides allocation of resources, all right? Okay. So, and this also is government. How does government also decides where resources go and how to organize these resources that are extracted from the environment, okay? This is the second most important part. So just to give an example here. Let's say you have a society that is based off mass agriculture. So let me explain this. You have your infrastructure is that you use mass agriculture to grow crops to feed a society. And then your structure, your social organization is that you have a king. And that king basically gets some of that, what you produce from your agriculture. What would happen if you suddenly have a massive decrease in population in that society? Let's say you lost 70% of your population. Do you think you'd be able to maintain a kingdom anymore? What do we think? So if your infrastructure massively changes, where you suddenly lose like 70% of your population, how would you be able to maintain a kingdom? No, right? You would not. Because if you don't have enough people to grow crops, okay, you're not going to be able to have enough surplus to feed the elites and to stay as a kingdom. Okay? So you're going to have to change the way your government operates, okay? You see what I mean? Okay? Or you're going to have to you might have to go back to being hunter-gatherers. And we see things like that with like the Mayans, okay? Mayan civilization, they had these big agricultural civilizations. As the population started collapsing, they could no longer maintain these big centralized civilizations, and they started dispersing into the environment and went back to being hunter-gatherers. So changes in infrastructure can have massive changes to society, okay? Changes in technology can massively change society, right? Yeah, elevator lady. So these things change based off material conditions. All right, so that's just one example. The last part of a society, and so these first two parts is infrastructure and structure. The last part is superstructure. Superstructure is everything that happens inside of our heads. Okay, so now that you have a society has an infrastructure and a social structure, how do you justify that social structure? Because it's a human invention. Capitalism is a human invention. So superstructure is where you have ideas and things like that that reinforce the rest of the system. So, for example, your a society's ideas, beliefs, values, and how people make sense of the world, right? So like in capitalism, right, we think that we have this idea that being rich is good. It's a sign of success. You deserve more if you're rich, okay? That is a superstructural idea that reinforces the structure, okay? Or we might like, give me another example. What are some ideas we have in our society that reinforce the structure of our society? Okay, what are some cultural beliefs that we have that reinforce how we view capitalism and our government? I can give you another one. We always say that we're a democracy and that democracy is the best thing ever. Whether or not it's true, that reinforces our government system, right? Yeah, men strong. The idea that men need to be big and strong, that form of masculinity reinforces what the state wants men to do, which is be warriors, okay? You see what I mean? Like, so a lot of the ideas we have and our cultural beliefs reinforce the system that we have in place. So, and this is the same in all societies. It is not necessarily that society goes in a linear direction like it does in under Marxism. Okay, it can move around depending on the state of your infrastructure, the state of your structure. Okay, it's not necessarily linear. It changes based off the conditions that are present. All right. Okay. So, lastly, by the way, so under this model I've just told you, cultural materialism, society collapses when these things don't line up with each other anymore. Okay? So if your government doesn't match your infrastructure, right? So if you tried to be a kingdom but you don't have the infrastructure to be a kingdom, you're going to collapse and you're going to become something else. Okay? Exactly, contradictions. If the people in your society have a particular worldview that doesn't match with the mode of production in your social aspect, you're going to have a revolution. Something bad's going to happen. It's not going to work out for you, okay? So, okay. if, for example, if your infrastructure changes, so if you have a massive technological change, but your social structure or your superstructure make no changes to adapt to it, you're going to have a problem. This is why this is good at predicting things, guys. Think about it. The internet came along and majorly changed our infrastructure. But there is the internet came along and majorly changed our infrastructure, but there was not much adaptation that took place in our social structure or our superstructure. A little bit, okay? I think one of the reasons we might be seeing a lot of upheaval is because we haven't done enough to change society after the changes of the internet. That's one example, okay? Or you can guess, guys, that having AI is going to cause some major problems unless we make some changes to our social structure and our superstructure. The elites, by the way, are already trying to change our superstructure to legitimize them getting more power because of AI, right? So we have people like Peter Thiel and stuff, okay? Peter Thiel and stuff saying that we need to have dictatorial corporate city-states that control everything with the invention of AI, all right? They are trying to change the superstructure so that they can have more power under the structure of having the AI. Does that make sense? Yeah, exactly, Malzord. If we don't take control of what needs to change in societies to adapt to technology, the elites and the powerful will. Exactly, Wizard. They're making it sound like a tech bro's bringing back towns like it's an innovation, company towns. Yeah. So we need to take the reins of deciding how society changes because of these technologies. And that will mean we need to get rid of capitalism and we need to actually have a real democracy, for example, okay? So, okay. Yeah, okay, Wizard, okay. So, like, all right. So just be aware, cultural materialism, I think, is a better way of looking at social changes and better way of looking at society. It is Marxism, but it's neo-Marxism. It's Marxism that has been edited to be more applicable to any society on the planet. Okay. To give you another example here, if you want to talk about a non-Western society, India. India had a lot of part of Hindu religion is the idea that cows are sacred, right? That is, well, so if I were to, for those who have heard this presentation before, don't give away the answer. What part of this structure is the idea that cows are sacred? Is that infrastructure, structure, or superstructure? Tell me. Is that infrastructure, structure, or superstructure? You got it, Jonas. That is superstructure, okay? So why do people in India believe that? Well, it has to do with the infrastructure of the society. Cows are very important because they produce a lot of milk. They're also very important because they are used as fertilizer for fields. I mean, their poop is used as fertilizer. And there are a lot of people in India. You need to have a lot of agricultural production, okay? You need to have a lot of agricultural production in order to sustain a large population. So cows for a long time were very important for fertilizer. So, okay, so it makes sense to have a cultural belief where you say, don't hurt the cows, they're sacred. And you can see how over time it may have started off as something like, we need the cows for fertilizer. The next generation may have said, the cows are special, don't hurt them. The next generation may have said, they're sacred, they're gods, don't hurt them. Okay? Now, the issue with this, guys, is that it takes on a life of its own, okay? So even if the value of it is no longer there economically, you will still have the superstructural belief. But, okay, you see what I mean? Okay. Yep, exactly, Wizard's Bread Book. We could even bring up Abrahamic religion's food restrictions as being about food safety. All right? Guys, I could tell you about circumcision. This is gross, but a lot of religions and cultures that developed the idea of circumcision come from places that are have a lot of desert and are very arid and have a lot of dust. It is not pleasant to have dust and sand get between your foreskin and your penis. It can be very bad and painful. So maybe in a society like that, you start doing something like circumcision so that you don't have that problem. You see what I mean? Okay. All right. I'm just saying, okay? I know. All right, but anyway, so all these things go together, all right, in this structure. I know. Macy, you know why, Macy. You know why. Okay, all right. Anyway, so that's cultural materialism. You know it, TJ. So, okay. So just be aware of that. And when we are thinking about how we want to change our society, be aware you need to think holistically. How will our change in society, if we change the structure of our society, like if we go to socialism, how will we need to change our worldviews and how will we need to mess with our infrastructure, okay? You see what I mean? Okay. Got it? All right. So there we go. There's my presentation, all right? Again, Marx is the closest thing we have to a modern-day Darwin. His ideas aren't perfect, though. There are some... it requires some editing because he was he even acknowledged that, you know, he was in a certain time, okay? He was in a certain time. Yeah, RL, right? We need more internationalism too. All right, you're still stuck on the cows, Mayflower Kid? Okay. All right, you guys get it? I hope I didn't bore anyone too much. By the way, okay. Yeah, Jonas, there you go, okay? And that's why I say, Jonas, like a lot of time, well, okay. But at this, okay, let me tell you one last thing. I'm going to put my face up and then we'll do some reactions, okay? Does that make sense to everyone? I hope I didn't bore everyone too much there. I hope we still have enough, we have some people in here still. I hope I didn't scare everyone away. All right. Okay, so if you got, I promise you, if you start going around thinking, okay. All right, if we go around thinking about how society should change and stuff like that, how things change in society and why, just think about this. Next time they say there's a big technological innovation, just wait. Automatically think, okay, how's the structure and the superstructure going to change? And who does it benefit? Okay, for those things to change in that way. All right. Okay. Okay. So, there you go. There's some critiques of Marxism and sort of a better way of looking at it if you want to look at it that way, okay? Hope's therapy is absolute protection of private property. I disagree with that. I know we disagree with that, Godspeed. I don't believe in the protection of private property. I believe in the protection of personal property. Everyone deserves to have stuff that they own personally. Like, you deserve to have your own house or like your own living space. You deserve that, like, own clothing and things like that. Private property is different, though. Private property is where you own property for the sake of production, of making a profit, essentially. I don't believe in private property. I believe in personal property, although personal property can be overdone, too. If, like, people own vast swaths of the country and then they just own it for their own joy, that's a bit much, but okay. Okay. Yeah. Got it? All right. Yeah, I agree, Bright Love. Private property. Bright Love, look at what you sparked. By the way, Bright Love sparked this whole conversation by sending me a video about materialism or dialectical materialism. Okay. They're not the same thing, Godspeed. So that Hope is wrong about that, or at least put it this way. He can think what he wants, but personal property is different from private property. It just is. Okay. But okay. So Godspeed, let me ask you this. So would you say that, like, owning a corporation is the same as owning like a toothbrush. Owning a corporation is the same as owning a toothbrush. Or I should say owning a business, like owning a massive business is the same as owning a toothbrush or owning clothing or having an apple that's yours. It is not, because one can be used to generate profit. Okay. All right. Okay. Well, I disagree with you, Godspeed. I disagree with Hope on that. All right. Okay. So, okay. So, all right, you guys. So, well, by the way, Godspeed, in a, okay, no, right? So in like the situation I'm talking about, Godspeed, in a corporation or in a business, you have an owner who then makes money exploiting the labor of other people. A toothbrush, you're not exploiting anyone's labor by owning a toothbrush, right? It's your toothbrush. There's no one's labor being exploited, okay? Or like a landlord, you're profiting off selling something to other people like that, or renting out things to other people, okay? It is not the same thing. Like there's a difference between private property and personal property, all right? Right. Okay. All right, you guys. So, okay. So, guys, let's see here. We are, let me see what else. We got some reaction videos to do. I am curious, though. Okay, real fast, though. Thank you, though, for saying that, Godspeed. What's the name of this author? I'm just curious. I'm just curious. I wanted to look him up. I haven't heard of him before, just so I can read about him. Okay, that's fair, Godspeed. But what's the name of this author, Godspeed, so I can look into him? I'm willing to have my views challenged. I'm just curious. Okay. Godspeed says, I think that's where we kind of see things differently. The meaning of a business owner is a guy has more stake in and risk, and the employees have minimum stake in risk. Do they, Godspeed, when they need to be employed in order to survive, and it's their labor that's creating the value? Should the guy at the top, because he's taking a risk, have to be the only one that profits off their labor? I'm not sure what you mean. And by the way, how is it that he's able to take the risk and they're not? Might it be that he has more access to capital than they do? Which is kind of unfair in a way, right? Just because he has access to capital, he should be the one who can take the risk. Thank you, Godspeed. I'm sorry, Godspeed. We don't. I don't want to get into this debate now. All right. Thank you, Hans Hermann Hope. Interesting. German-American academic. I've never heard of him, guys. Oh, okay. Well, I mean, no, so it's okay that we disagree here, Godspeed, but just for everyone out there, Hans Hermann, don't be mean, guys, when I say this, okay? Hans Hermann Hope is a German-American academic associated with the Austrian School of Economics, anarcho-capitalism, right-wing libertarianism, and opposition to democracy. So we can disagree, Godspeed. I very much disagree with, I can tell you I'm on the opposite end of the spectrum from this guy, okay? But thank you for telling me about it. I'm going to look into the things he says, Godspeed. All right? Okay. So, okay, guys, so let's do this. Let's do a reaction video. All right. All right. So guys, so Godspeed, do you think it's fair for someone who's making a risk with a business to crash the whole economy because they've made a mistake? Because right now, the people who own businesses have such power that if they make a mistake, it destroys the economy for everyone, workers included. Okay, thank you, Godspeed. I will look into it, okay? But it's a good debate to have. I'm glad you're in here. At least we get some other points of view. Guys, we should respect Godspeed here. Godspeed is being very respectful, at least, right? He is offering alternative perspectives. I know we deeply disagree with it, but at least we're talking about it, okay? All right. Okay, there you go, Doug. All right. Okay, guys, so let's see here. We got some other things to watch. Okay, let's quickly watch this. Let's watch
peanut butter
Lacroix's video, and then we're going to play a game, okay? Then we'll play the food game. All right. So all right. Okay. So, you know what? Actually, do we have enough time for this? We have enough time for this. Let's just do this real fast. And guys, if you don't mind, please, if anyone's, please contribute if you can. Please send a if you send $2 super chats or 200 bits over on Twitch. I would love that. Also, if you like my content, you can become a member for as little as 99 cents a month. As little as 99 cents per month. You can become a member over on YouTube. If you're over on Twitch, you can subscribe using Amazon Prime for free, or just subscribe regularly. Then you no longer have to see ads, okay? Over there, I'm trying to be able to do this full-time for as long as possible, okay? And would deeply appreciate any assistance that is possible, okay? Would love that for us. Love that for me. Okay. All right. So let's watch this video. This was sent to us by Lacroix, who I think is still here. All right. This is about grocery prices. I think it'll be funny to listen to. Or not funny, but interesting. From a North Perfect Union. Everyone ready for this? Let's watch. Where's my face? All right, let's go.
Jelly, and bread. These are all the exact same products, but they're from 4 different stores and at 4 different prices. $17.27 from Gristedes here in New York City, $11.51 on Amazon, $10.49 at Walmart,
Jesus.
and $8.53 for these. Literally half the price of these, but it's also a full 18% less than even Walmart. How is that possible? Now, of course, grocery prices are as high as they've ever been, and you probably even know a lot of the reasons why. More Perfect Union has been covering how consolidation, algorithmic pricing, and price maximization have made grocery shopping nearly impossible for most Americans. But despite a 28% increase in grocery prices since just 2020, doesn't it sometimes feel like no one is actually doing anything about it?
Yep.
Well, this isn't
because they're not. All the groceries are making a lovely profit. Lovely profit, okay? That's literally what they're doing. They used inflation as an excuse to raise more profits by increasing costs.
Those YouTube videos where we just talk about all the things that are broken in our economy. In this video, we're going to talk about a real solution that could alter your family grocery trips.
Wizards, go ahead and post it. I trust you, Wizards. Go ahead and post the link in chat. Just be careful. I won't click on it, Wizards. But if you wanna post a link in chat, that's fine. I won't click on it. But if someone else wants to click on it, they can. But okay.
There are 2 politicians who talk a lot about groceries.
Grocery stores, cheaper groceries.
That would be New York City Mayor Zoran Mamdani.
Still waiting for the cost of groceries to go down.
And Trump.
Groceries?
Grocery bills.
The groceries went through the roof.
Zoran Mamdani's answer to this is government-owned grocery stores. These would be
Is that true, Godspeed? Do you think that the bad actors are being weeded out of our system? You think that Elon Musk is being weeded out? You think that Peter Thiel, who's spying on everyone and creating Palantir, is being weeded out through competition? Doesn't look like it to me. Do you think the oil companies are being weeded out when they're making a massive profit still, even though they're destroying the planet? I completely disagree. I don't think that competition is weeding out. It's creating monopolies. If you have competition, it creates monopolies. And then you have these overly powerful organizations who don't get weeded out, and we become too dependent on them. It's called the moral hazard, where companies become too big to fail, and they have to be bailed out all the time, because if they collapse, then everyone suffers. So, okay.
Profit stores set up as a public utility. But this isn't a new idea. And as critics will tell you, we've tried it, and they don't work. From Florida,
the town of Baldwin is expected to close its only grocery store.
To Kansas,
the future of a city-owned grocery store in Erie, Kansas is up in the air once again.
To Kansas City.
But it did close the Sunfresh near 31st and Prospect.
Now, there are a few reasons people give for why this keeps happening and why government-run grocery stores don't have a great track record or even just can't work. Here are 3 of the most common arguments I see over and over again.
First of all, it's basic economics.
Number 1.
But wait a minute, Godspeed. You do know that breaking up monopolies requires government. Okay, so real fast, Godspeed. So Godspeed said, I'm liking this debate, Godspeed. That's why I keep addressing you, okay? Godspeed says, not in the current status quo, no. And again, they're able to do such things because they have the protection of the state. Do you know what the country looked like when the state wasn't intervening in the economy? Godspeed. That was the Gilded Age, where there were massive monopolies that jacked up prices, like the steel, like American Steel. They literally owned the whole economy, huge conglomerated monopolies, Carnegie, Ford, and they were owning so much of the society that the government had to come in and start breaking them up. Rockefeller. So if you're saying that you need less government in order to break up monopolies, that's just not true. Without government coming in, you would see worse monopolies. Now, unfortunately, the government is colluding with these companies because it is run by the companies. The government has been bribed by the enormous wealth and power of the people that own these companies. But it is just not historically true that less government interference in the economy will cause the bad businesses to fail, okay? It'll cause more monopolies, and then you'll have a bunch of private tyrants running the society and the country, historically.
Is that the numbers just don't add up.
The profit margin in a grocery store is 1 or 2%.
Critics will tell you that grocery stores are already just barely scraping by. Private grocers aggressively optimize inventory and labor. They buy on massive scales, whereas government-run stores might have procurement rules.
Yeah, you're right. So they were colluding. So Godspeed, they were colluding with the robber barons. You know how they were colluding with them? By not regulating them. By not regulating them. So what they asked for was not to be messed with by the government. So I'm not sure what you're arguing. Do you want the government to regulate them? Because they were being bribed to not regulate them, and that's why they got too much power. I'm not sure what your argument here is, because I thought you were saying the government shouldn't be involved. Well, they should be involved in order to regulate these people. Okay, you see what I mean? Godspeed, and they were colluding with the robber barons back then. Why do you think the government was so interested in getting rid of the Indians? I'm not sure what you mean there. You mean when they pushed natives off the land so they could build railroads and shit like that? Yeah, they were colluding, absolutely. I'm not sure what you mean, though.
Or political oversight. They would likely be smaller operations, so less leverage over suppliers. So it's effectively impossible to turn a profit. And if you can't turn a profit, or at least break even, so the critics say, the taxpayer will pick up the bill and it won't be worth it. Number 2, do we want a government agency deciding what?
But do you see the contradiction there, Godspeed? You say you don't want these companies to be overly powerful, but the government is what has prevented them from being overly powerful, historically. So what you want is, Godspeed, is to replace the government with a bunch of private tyrannies that have infinite power and can control our lives by having massive monopolies where they control everything. And then if there is no government, what'll prevent these companies from literally going to war with each other and forming their own little governments and shit like that? I'm sorry, I really don't understand, but okay.
What food we have access to.
Yeah, well, it's about social control.
Because critics argue that a government grocery store won't have the same kind of pressure to honor consumer demand. Inventory could end up being decided by politics. And ultimately, Zoran's idea for a chain of city-owned grocery stores would increase government involvement in our lives, writes Representative Jen Kiggins from Virginia. Number 3, a lot of government agencies just suck. So why wouldn't this one?
Oh, the government stinks. The lines are too long at the DMV.
Essentially, the bureaucracy and slow decision-making that make the DMV or the Social Security office inefficient or unresponsive or just unpleasant would carry over into your shopping experience.
Regulating a really low profit margin industry with opaque prices, I'm just not sure the state can handle it.
So really, the critics say, privatization
This is
becomes
interesting.
the only
So-
serious answer. I'm going to break down each of these arguments for you by the end of this video, but whatever critics might have to say, and we can take a guess as to how Trump might feel about government-run grocery stores.
This is interesting.
Government out of our business, out of our wallets, and out of our lives.
Oh my God. Godspeed, forgive me. I'm going to focus on the video because I don't. I just need to watch this, but I do have responses to that. But we'll focus on the video.
Kind of already has them, because the largest chain of government-run grocery stores, and it's where this sandwich is from, is run by the military.
My name is Bill Moore. I am the former CEO and director of the Defense Commissary Agency.
Bill oversaw the almost 250 commissaries across the country and around the world, from South Carolina to South Korea. And his mission at the agency was very simple.
The Defense Commissary Agency is a global grocery chain whose mission is to provide groceries to military families at significantly lower
Reduced prices. Okay.
This dates back.
Guys, who still thinks groceries are really high in price? I think they are. Okay.
To 1825, when the Army started selling goods to military personnel from commissary department storehouses. Before long, the privilege was extended from
Yeah, Pizza Hut
officers
giant.
to enlisted men. And over the years, it's really come to be seen as a significant non-pay benefit of being in the military. One retiree in 1979 said it like this: "In 1946, when I joined the service, I was told that certain things would happen if I lived through 20 years and didn't get killed in combat. I'm entitled to commissaries. It's part of the deal." In the late 1800s, while the rest of the country's food supply was consolidating and privatizing, the military made the decision to build their own retail system rather than plug into what the rest of the country was doing. And by the 1930s, the commissary was extended from service members to their families, such that spouses and dependents could shop
And I bet it was very inexpensive.
at commissaries by themselves. I decided that to fully understand how the commissary works, I needed to go out and talk to one of these military families. So we are here in West Point, where we're going to meet Rachel Sally, and she's going to tell us about all things commissary.
To meet ya.
Rachel and her family live on post here at West Point. She runs a successful travel agency, and her husband, who is a captain in the U.S. Army, teaches history here. The commissary is their primary grocery store.
It's super helpful here, plus there's only one other grocery store in town. So the options here, if you need something in a pinch, like just go to the commissary.
Sure. How much is your monthly food budget?
In a perfect world, try to stay under $1,000 for the month, and we really only eat out like once a week.
But actually, on average, households of 3 to 4 people spend almost $1,500 a month on groceries. Rachel was super nice and even let me and cameraman Evan follow her around the commissary while she shopped. We weren't allowed to film inside, but the first thing we noticed was that it really just felt like, well, as Rachel put it,
like it's a normal grocery store.
Now, I was shocked at what I saw in the commissary, because the New York Post had written that government-owned grocery stores led to Soviet-style markets that left customers stuck with just one brand.
Oh my God, so stupid. Oh my God, you have Soviet-style markets.
Or generic brands of items like bread and milk. Well, that definitely wasn't the case there.
Yeah.
And in fact, the commissary seems quite responsive to consumer demands. DECA has altered their entire pricing model to address customer feedback.
I guess government-run groceries ain't so bad then, huh?
The commissary model for many, many years was to sell all products at cost plus 1%.
This is called a cost-plus model, and they would do this across the board. So if the commissary bought paper towels for $13, they sold it for $13.13. If they bought a loaf of bread for $2.50, they sold it for $2.55.
But frankly, it created a perception with our customers that we were not saving them money.
See, there are these things called known value items, or KVIs.
So think milk, eggs, cheese.
So usually, a grocery store will sell you milk for less than they paid for it.
I probably shouldn't mention a specific company, but these large stores right outside of installations, they would sell a gallon of milk for $2.50. We were selling milk at cost for $5.
And so that gave the perception that everything was more expensive when in total, everything was still cheaper. But DECA was responsive and implemented what's called a variable pricing model.
We started selling milk at a loss, and we would recover that loss in other products, but products that weren't as important.
I know, I love okay, I know, I shouldn't say this. I sound like a filthy social, I mean, this isn't very socialist of me, but I love Aldi's. Aldi's are such great stores. I love Aldi's.
To a struggling military family.
The thing is that
yes, Mayflower Kid, that's why they're all holy.
There are other grocery stores to shop at, which is why DECA is laser focused on maintaining the relevance of the commissary benefit. Because if there were systemic dissatisfaction and DECA started bleeding customers, it could also lead to any number of consequences, including DOD investigations and congressional hearings. The next thing we noticed was that prices were definitely lower than what we're used to. But how is this possible? Because even private grocery stores just squeak by on 1% profit margins.
How much money do you think you save?
I do feel like the savings compared to like the nearby grocery stores is huge.
DECA by law has to provide a 23.7% savings.
I know I'm not saying much, folks. I'm just listening, but this sounds great, right? We should all have these in our communities. Why can't we all have a commissary like that?
But key to understanding how those savings are achieved is understanding DECA's funding. The Defense Commissary Agency is part of the defense budget. DECA gets about $1.5 billion a year. This is the primary way they're able to save military families money. So, in a sense, yeah, the critics are right. Profit margins are extremely thin, and if you want to save working families appreciable amounts of money, you're gonna have to create subsidies. And guess what? At one point, in an effort to fight food insecurity, the Defense Secretary asked Bill what he could do to help military families even more.
I said, well, with some additional funding, we can at least...
Alyssa, you're not wrong. Socialism... socialism is, sorry, what did you say, Alyssa? Yeah, socialism is only for the military and politicians. It's only for the elites. It's only for the elites, okay? Don't we know that, guys? Socialism is only for corporations who we need to get a ton of subsidies to, and for the elites, right? We need to give them tax breaks and shit like that, okay?
Increase the savings to a round number of 25%.
Yeah, why not, Macy? That'd be good. What if everyone got food stamps? That'd be fantastic. I wouldn't mind something like that. Now, obviously, I'd have to... guys, it's okay. I won't get... It's more perfect union. I know I'm not commenting much, but more perfect union won't care. But yes, you're right. Generally, I do need to comment more.
Budget, so the subsidy became greater, which allowed us to lower the prices.
So maybe you take all this to mean that it's true. The secret to all this is that taxpayers foot the bill for some giant subsidy.
Yeah,
but
Sylvie.
actually, the subsidy is quite small. The defense budget is almost $1 trillion, and the subsidy for DECA is roughly 0.2% for the whole defense budget. This is for almost 250 stores serving 8.8 million households. It's actually a small enough amount that...
Little? I don't know what that is, Jonas. That's interesting.
Theoretically, if New York City wanted to pay for it all by themselves, they could do so with a 1% tax increase only on households earning $1 million a year. But even though this is a relatively small amount of money, there is a constant push to become self-sufficient and cut the funding entirely.
I will only tell you what to think, Mayflower Kid, because you need some guidance. You're a wayward child, Mayflower Kid, and I have to rein you in.
President Ford and President Carter favored eliminating the taxpayer subsidy. And the alternative is always...
Oh my God, right, Macy? Spend pocket change on feeding people? That's satanic communism. Oh my God, you're so right, Macy. It's satanic communism.
To privatize. The thinking goes that this will unlock...
Hey, you know what we should do, guys? We should just make a much larger chunk of the defense budget about commissaries. Let's spend our defense budget on feeding Americans. That'd be cool. What if we make the majority of the Defense Department about setting up commissaries for every American across the country? Hey, Trump said we're in a national emergency. Maybe we need to militarize this motherfucker and just make the whole country, make commissaries everywhere, right? Why not that, right? Now, of course, I don't want any of the military aspects of that, but, we're in a state of emergency, so we better have commissaries for all Americans. That's my opinion.
Efficiencies. Consider something like the fact that Walmart owns its own distribution.
They own their distribution system. They have centers, they have their own trucks. We did not have that luxury. I would have loved to have gotten that, but that would have been a huge startup cost involved.
So there you go. That's a foregone efficiency, right? But the thing is that those efficiencies also have costs.
When I came in to run DECA, Congress told me to run it like a business. I said, okay, I'll run it like a business. So I came back to the Hill with a list of stores I wanted to close. They were like, oh, you can't close any stores. Are you crazy? And I was like, you told me to run it like a business. These stores are losing money every single day. And they were like, well, you can't close any stores. I said, well, then stop asking me to run it like a business.
Yeah.
Because the reality is, this is exactly how food deserts happen. If a certain location isn't profitable, it doesn't matter how many people rely on it, that location closes. But commissaries are a service that operate outside of that model.
Love it. Who would have thought, guys, we should literally have, you know, what was I going to say here? Oh yes, I think the goal of feeding people should be feeding people. That's what this is. That's what a commissary is. The goal of a commissary is to provide food so that people can eat. It is not to make a profit. Wouldn't that be nice if we actually, the places we went to get food, it was about making sure people can eat versus making sure versus making a profit. I know that sounds weird. I know that's like scary communism or socialism or whatever you want to call it. But I feel like that's more efficient for society, right? Like, I feel like that's much more efficient for society if we actually have, a society based off of feeding people versus making money. Okay. Yeah. Wouldn't that be great, Mayflower Kid? If the goal of medicine was to save lives versus make a profit for a pharmaceutical company. Wouldn't that be weird? Okay. I'm gonna go Gear 5. Who's Monkey D. Luffy? Who's that? I'm sorry. The goal of feeding people is so that people can eat. I see here, careful. You're starting to sound like Monkey D. I'm sorry. I don't know who that is, Wizards, but it sounds funny. All right. Oh, yeah. I'm an idiot. I did know that. I'm sorry. Wizards, please don't leave me. You're new in this channel. Please don't unsubscribe now that I made a mistake about One Piece. Please, Wizards. Okay. I'm sorry. Yeah, I know. You're right. I forgot. I'm slow. I do know One Piece. Forgive me. Okay.
Organization is really a politically correct term.
Quiet, TJ. Quiet, piggy. Quiet. All right. All right.
That is really saying we're going to eliminate a pretty important.
How dare you, Wizards bread? I'm shaking my head, not a One Piece fan, fake leftist. You're a fake leftist, Wizards. That hurt my feelings.
Benefit to military families.
There are already a lot of families who are maybe like lower enlisted families, or maybe they have a lot of kids. Like, just because you have more kids doesn't mean you get extra money. You know what I mean? So like, it would be pretty painful on military families if the funding was gone.
I spent a lot of time in commissaries as a kid, and I hated that trip because we'd pass grocery stores to get there. And
I think he hasn't gone on enough trips in his life, if you know what I mean, okay? I've always enjoyed trips, if you know what I mean, okay?
My mom would tell me, hey, just be glad you're in this car because we afford this car by buying our groceries at the commissary and not buying them on the outside.
Silence, Ninjesta, silence.
When Rachel and I got back from the trip, she had spent about $206. I recreated her cart online at a nearby Walmart, and the bill came to roughly $247.
When you hear about groceries being unaffordable, do you feel like that's a problem that maybe doesn't affect you as much, or you've escaped, sort of?
I definitely feel lucky that we have.
Oh my God, isn't that lovely? Isn't that lovely? Wouldn't it be nice to live in a place where you didn't have to worry about the price of groceries?
Like the commissary in our back pocket.
It's for these.
You know, we're one of the wealthiest countries of human history. We could do that. By the way, we could do that. It wouldn't be that hard. Yeah, I know. It's crazy, Mr. King K. How dare I, as Mr. King K says, ha ha ha, silly CR trying to take care of basic survival needs in a capitalist country. I know. I'm a filthy socialist. I know. I love the Soviet Union. I love Stalin. I want to put everyone in a gulag. No one clip that, okay? Because I want to make sure people's needs are met, right? How dare you, Nin? Okay.
Reasons that DECA has kept its funding and even has the support of people who would otherwise be hostile to the idea.
Wizards, I don't know. I'm not even reading it anymore, okay? I don't even know.
Remember that Republican congresswoman from earlier who warned about...
as liberals say, and as like self-help thinkers say, I'm trying to establish my own peace. I'm trying to find joy, okay? I'm just looking for joy.
City-owned grocery stores meaning more government involvement in our lives. And she's also tweeted that Sunday afternoons are for grocery shopping at the commissary. I save an average of $2 to $3 off my favorite Tillamook chocolate peanut butter ice cream when I buy it on base. And in fact, Kiggins protected DECA from privatization efforts, saying that no private entity can both profitably operate these facilities and—
Yeah, Lacroix, the capitalists only need to feed you enough to keep you productive and make the money. So here's the thing, guys. Now, okay, let me explain something. So we do know that when you enslave people, right? When people were enslaved, so enslaved people in the South, okay? You would still kind of have to provide. So like a slave owner would still kind of have to provide some housing, maybe some rudimentary clothes, a little bit of food, just to keep the slaves alive so that they could labor. Now, obviously, legally, slave owners had the right to murder their slaves. That's great. But, and employers technically don't, well, we could debate that. So, okay, so they had to provide a little something. They didn't have to pay anything, but is capitalist employment really that much different? I mean, is it that much different? It's obviously you get more money, you get a little higher income. They can't beat you all the time and they can't murder you. But they, instead of you don't get the housing and stuff, that they give you money to go get that stuff for yourself and you're paid a bit more. Honestly, yes, slavery is a lot different than employment, but they're not as different as we think. Does that make sense? As a matter of fact, at the time when slavery was around and there were women beginning to work in factories in New England, they didn't call it employment. There you go. Differences in magnitude and not in kind. And there was less violence, less direct violence done under employment. But these women would actually use the phrase wage slavery. They did not differentiate between slavery of the South and factory slavery. But they literally said wage slaves. You got it, Dolly Boy. Okay. Now, admittedly, there was a difference, but there isn't that much of a difference. Now, obviously, that's early capitalism. It's better. You're going to hate me, but people are paid more than that now because of some reforms, but it's still not much. Okay. Not much at all. It's still not that great. Okay. At all.
Deliver the statutory 23.7% savings required by law. So
and that's the other difference. You can choose your slave owner. Okay. I'm sorry. You can choose your employer.
I guess Jen Kiggins is a fan of socialism.
Kind of. Not really, though.
There are a lot of things the Army has figured out, and the way to make this government-funded grocery store work, I mean, it helps and it works.
That's true, Wizards. You're right. Not just reforms, but automation, making it cheaper per labor hour to produce commodities. That's a really good point, Wizards, too. I'm probably oversimplifying. I'm definitely oversimplifying. But and I don't want, guys, I don't want to overstate this point. There is a fundamental difference between slavery and employment. Slavery was viciously, directly violent and condoned murder. You are legally allowed to murder your own slaves. Obviously, we could talk about indirect violence done under capitalism, but regardless, my point here is that we tend to think of these things as completely distinct, and they're not as far apart as one might think. Okay.
It would be cool, to see that across the board.
Consumers and taxpayers already effectively subsidize large grocery chains. Kroger alone pays $2.2 billion a year in dividends to shareholders. The CEO of Walmart brings in $27 million a year in income, but consumers get high grocery prices and food deserts. On the other hand, the commissary model proves that it is possible for the government to run a very large, successful grocery chain that doesn't rely on maximizing profit.
That, Wizards, you got me there, Wizards. Okay, the main difference is that violence in employment is outsourced to the police, who kick you out of your apartment if you don't pay rent. Yeah.
But the grocery industry isn't going to go down without a fight. Trade groups like the National Supermarket Association spend huge sums of money lobbying politicians. And then you have people like billionaire John Katsimatidis.
What's your prediction if the government owns and operates grocery stores?
They're going to go broke.
Who's going to go broke?
The government will end up going broke. You're going to end up like Havana.
Which may seem
What the
dramatic,
hell?
but Governor Kathy Hochul takes him seriously enough to show up to an event Katsimatidis hosted to say that she also supports free enterprise.
Oh, God.
So the question is not, can the government run grocery stores? They do.
Guys, we could easily frame it as, should the people run the grocery stores? They always say the government like it's a foreign entity, and let's be honest, it is kind of, because we don't have a real democracy. But in a real democracy, we could frame this as, should the people of the United States run the grocery stores? That sounds a lot better than saying, should the government run the grocery stores? So in theory, you see what I mean? Okay. There's a Bartholomew, okay? In theory, yeah, we don't actually have a democratic government, okay? Wizards bred, but if cops, like cop behavior in 2020 is pretty violent. Yeah, no, that's a really good point, Wizards. I didn't even think of that. I kind of just was speaking out of my ass, but yeah, that's a good point.
The question is, who's going to make this happen, and who's going to stand in the way? Thanks for watching.
All right.
Before you go,
We all know who's going to stand in the way, right? So, Fox Emblem, thank you for engaging in battle. I couldn't do it. For the sake of the show, I couldn't do it. I mean, really, it's the government representatives who run everything, right? Jack Carson, yeah, no, what I'm saying here, Jack Carson, is that in theory, it isn't really the people. We don't live in a real democracy. We live in a oligarchy where the elites and the powerful bribe the politicians. But if we had a real democracy where the people really did have control over the government, we could easily say that it would be the people would own the grocery stores, or it would be created by the people. Does that make sense? Okay. So you're right. We don't actually have a democracy right now. Okay. Or we live in an oligarchy. It really isn't a fascist oligarchy, if you want to put it that way. Okay. All right, guys. I'm going to put my face up. Boop. All right, you guys. Hi. Hello. So, all right, you guys. So I am going to abandon all of you now. All right. I'm going to go. But some notes here. I know, Fox Emblem, please. I know. Okay. So some notes here. I mentioned this, okay? Well, all right. Please, of course, thank you, Wizards. Please come back, Wizards. We loved having you here. We love having you here. Okay? Love having you here. Join our Discord, Wizards. Join our Discord. Please join our Discord, okay? Ooh, look, you can see, look at that. Ooh, look, guys, you can look into my, look at that. It looks like the Eye of Sauron inside of my wizards, inside of my scepter. Kind of. Okay, anyway, sorry, that was kind of weird. Had a little bit of a moment. So, guys, please, if you didn't see the beginning of the stream and you're an established community member, go back and take a look. I'm going to try some channel changes just to try and do something so I can do this over a long time, okay? And how dare you, LaCroix? Yes, okay. Yeah, going to check the Graber videos you sent. All right, so back to the phalluses again, okay? Yeah, well, but we never left them, though, Mayflower Kid, okay? So I'm sure Freud would have a lot to say about that. Okay, so please go back and check that. We're going to make some changes to the channel. I didn't make much today, did I? No, I didn't. Okay, so anyway, what we're going to do, guys, is I'm going to say bye-bye. I will be back on tomorrow. Tomorrow's Friday now. We don't have a Kahoot tomorrow, all right? For those who are new to this stream, every 2 weeks we have a Kahoot where I give you a... Oh my God, thank you, Dolly Boy. You didn't have to do that. Thank you. You're the best. As always, Dolly Boy, okay? We're not going to have a Kahoot tomorrow because we do it every 2 weeks. On some of the content we learned, obviously, we have now learned about cultural materialism. We learned about dialectical materialism. We learned about some other things. The resource. So, Jonas, if you go to the Discord, I believe it's in the community section. There should be a section called resources. There, you might be that you have it hidden, Jonas. You might have to check to make sure you don't have that section hidden. Okay. All right. So, I love you all very much. I was going to say we should play that game, but we didn't get enough super chats. So next time, if we get enough super chats, we'll play a game, okay? On that note, guys, do you all know what I'm about to say? Do you all know what I'm about to say? You all know what I'm about to say? Everyone ready? What's the first thing I'm going to say? Someone tell me in the chat. Someone tell me in the chat. What's the first thing I'm going to say? You get a boop. You'll get a boop if you tell me. There you go, Cody. Free Palestine. Boop. Cody gets a boop. Boop. All right. We don't have a Kahoot tomorrow, Mr. Kincaid. That's every 2 weeks. Okay? Go back to your cave, Mr. Kincaid. A bright love. Boop. All right. A Mayflower kid. Boop. All right. LaCroix. I don't. You get a boop. Boop. All right. Jonas gets a boop. From a distance. From a distance. Boop. There's Outer Signal. Hello, Outer Signal. You get a boop. Boop. Okay. Free cheeseburger. Shame on you. You know what? Bromp. Jonas gets a bromp. Shame on you. By the way, guys, the Discord is already linked at the top of both the chat. Is linked at the top of the Twitch chat and at the top of the YouTube chat, Cody. Okay. Letitia, Tisha, you get a boop. Boop. LaCroix gets a boop. Boop. All right. I don't know. I think LaCroix already got a boop. Whatever. You get 2 because you're good. You're a good boy, LaCroix. You get 2 boops. Okay. Thank you, Matt. Matt Saiga gets a boop. Boop. Oh my God, so many good boops going on, okay? We do, guys, no, a bright love. We do Kahoots every 2 weeks, okay? You have IRL friends, Outer Signal? I didn't know that. That's weird. I'm just kidding, Outer Signal. Please forgive me. I'm not trying to be a dick. Okay, so everyone ready? So first of all, free Palestine. Second of all, never stop resisting. Don't blindly listen to authority figures. That includes when you watch me. I'm not perfect. I make mistakes. See what other people are saying. Don't get caught in an information silo. Do not get caught in an information silo, right? Good, Mr. Kincaid. Return to your castle. Us peasants need to organize a rebellion. Okay. I think he's doing less Kahoots because the chat is more culturally diverse. What the hell does that mean, Jonas? We do Kahoots every 2 weeks. That's always how it's been, Jonas. How dare you, Jonas, saying that's racism? How dare you, Jonas? That hurts my heart. That hurts my heart. Thank you, Outer Signal. That's how it should be, okay? I'm your best friend, Outer Signal, okay? We are not in a parasocial relationship at all, but I am your best friend, and I'm the only friend you're allowed to have. Okay. Anyway, so never stop educating. That includes when you watch me. Don't see what other people are saying. Don't get caught in an information silo. Thirdly, we're living in a fascist moment in this country. Fascism thrives in an environment where people have lost faith in their democratic institutions. Oh, Sylvie, here, you get a boop. Boop. Actually, Sylvie gets 2 boops. Sylvie is better than all of you. Sylvie never questions my authority. Boop, boop, boop. Thank you, Sylvie, for being good. All right. Fascism thrives in an environment where people have lost faith in their democratic institutions. In order to combat fascism, we need major reforms in this country, and I'm advocating for revolutionary change. You cannot stand in the center. If you stand in the center, the fascists will walk all over you. Yes, Sylvie, you never defy my authority like the rest of these peons in here, okay? I'm being a dick, Sylvie. I'm just trying to be a pretend authoritarian. So you cannot stand in the center. Retro gets a boop. Boop. God, I'm already losing track. Don't stand in the center. Don't let the fascists walk all over you. Don't be a slug. On the wall behind me is a sword. The name of that sword is Chainbreaker. It's been passed down. It's been passed down in my family for many years. It is thought to have been responsible for the death of 7 slave owners. Why? Its name is Chainbreaker. Why do I have it back there? I have it back there to remind everyone that our ancestors made some major sacrifices for some of the things we have here, some of the rights we have, some of the freedoms we have. Do not let their sacrifice go to waste, folks. Please, please, please. Do not let the sacrifice of our ancestors go to waste. And always, always, always fight for a better future. And on that note, RMCLA, you get a boop. Boop. Welcome to chat, okay? And on that note, folks, you all have a lovely rest of your day. Morning, evening, noon, night, wherever you may be in the world. You're all the best. Louise gets a boop. Boop. Anyone else want a boop? Did I miss anyone who wants a boop? Anyone else want a boop before I go? Anyone else need a boop? Mayflower Kid, you get a bromp. Bromp! Because Mayflower Kid, you've been defiant today. And Sylvie, I'm ignoring you. I prefer you to be obedient to me, okay? Just kidding. I'm being an asshole, Sylvie. Okay, yeah. Dolly boy, don't repeat the bromp, okay? You don't have the authority. By the way, as I said before, any boop, brump, or bonk that doesn't come from me is a counterfeit boop, brump, or bonk, okay? So just to be clear, all right? They're not real unless it comes from me, because I have the staff of power. I don't know. What am I talking about, guys? What time is it? It's 4:50. Okay, guys. You like bonks? Okay, Mayflower Kid. Bonk! There you go. I just hit you over the head, Mayflower Kid, okay? Okay. By the way, guys, we will eventually do another Cult of the Lamb stream. Maybe we'll do it tomorrow. I don't know. We'll see. Whatever. I'll see if I feel like it. You guys haven't inspired much faith for me to do it again, though, okay? All right, guys. Love you all very much. You have a good rest of your day. See you later. Love you all. You're human. You deserve